To officially start our program, let us now welcome our hosts for today, Ms. Daphne Osenya Paez, DJ Jay Dapangan, and DJ Eric Tipan.
It has been over 3 years since President Rodrigo Roa Duterte took helm as the President of the Philippines.
And more than halfway through his term, changes were made, promises were delivered, and felt by millions of Filipinos, changes that carries progress in the lives of everyone.
Accomplishments throughout these 3 years will be revealed.
Good morning, everyone. We are your hosts. I'm Daphne Osenya Paez.
I'm Eric Tipan.
And I'm Jada, and we would like to welcome you to the launch where we will showcase the marks of true change as told by the people, for the people. This is the
Duterte Legacy.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to our cabinet secretaries, diplomats, and ambassadors, our guests, local and foreign media and supporters. We'd also like to thank the sponsors who have made this event possible. CESA, PCSO, PAGCOR, APO, PDIC, and CAAP.
Earlier, we opened our program with Sinukuan Kapampangan, a performing arts group from the National Commission on Culture and the Arts. I think they deserve another round of applause. That was beautiful and very, very colorful indeed.
Now, before we start, let us all watch a short video that summarizes the achievements done under this administration thus far.
Halfway through the 6-year term of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, much has already been done. But the administration continues to push the envelope. When the president assumed office, he ushered in an era of change and has brought about progress that the Filipinos have longed for and deserve. Today, the president continues to deliver on the promises he has made, ensuring continuous and smooth delivery of government services to the public. One of the first actions of President Duterte to promote government transparency is the signing of Executive Order Number 2, establishing the first Freedom of Information program in the country. To connect the people and boost economic growth, the Duterte administration has prioritized and continues to focus on infrastructure development. Through the Build, Build, Build program, multiple infrastructure projects are well underway, with several more in the pipeline. President Duterte's other socio-economic policies have also shown their effectiveness, with the policies bearing fruit as the Philippine economy has seen much improvement through the years, when the president began his term up to the present. Since the government values the health and the lives of all Filipinos, healthcare is among its major priorities. In 2019, the president signed the Universal Healthcare Law, which will enroll all Filipinos under the government's healthcare program. To supplement the delivery of health services, several malasakit centers were also established throughout the country. Education is another sector that is important to the government. President Rodrigo Duterte in 2018 signed the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, or the Free Tuition Law. The land reform program of the administration has also seen much success, as the Department of Agrarian Reform has set an all-time record of 60,000 hectares of land distributed with certificates of land ownership. As the president wants to continue preserving the safety and the security of the nation, the campaign against illegal drugs continues, prioritizing the rehabilitation of drug dependents. The president has also created the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict and designated cabinet secretaries as cabinet officers for regional development and security, or CORDS, and they will oversee the implementation of basic services and peace initiatives for their assigned region. In reporting and presenting the truth, some journalists have inevitably faced threats and risked their lives. To safeguard media practitioners, the President created the Presidential Task Force on Media Security through Administrative Order Number 1. To achieve the goal of attaining lasting peace in Mindanao, President Duterte signed the Bangsamoro Organic Law, creating the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. To preserve and sustain the environment, the government has initiated programs such as the rehabilitation of Boracay Island and the cleanup of Manila Bay. To further the Philippines' foreign relations, the President has pursued an independent foreign policy. The government continues to adopt a friends to all, enemies to none approach. These policy efforts extend to overseas Filipino workers. Filipinos working abroad continue to express their strong support and approval for President Duterte. In 2018, the Overseas Filipino Bank was launched with the aim of providing financial products and services especially created to cater to more than 10 million OFWs. Through all these initiatives, President Rodrigo Duterte has gained the trust and confidence of the public and continues to enjoy an overwhelming positive rating from the Filipinos. For the remainder of his term, expect the President to intensify the government's efforts to be able to provide a comfortable life for all Filipinos, to bring about true and lasting change, and leave behind a legacy that will continue to benefit our country and our people for generations to come.
Now, the video has shown us so much, but there's so many more that we have to put in on the Duterte legacy. And I'm sure you will be interested to know that there will be more of this event this year, the next, and in 2022. Like Secretary Andanar was telling us earlier, 81 events all throughout the country, and there will be global events as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun, very informative to all the Filipinos to find out what President Duterte has been doing throughout his administration and his term. Now, to formally welcome us to this event, maybe call on Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea.
Ang pag-ahon ng bansa ngayon dahil sa'yo, kinikilala kami sa mundo, buong mundo, sa katapangan mo.
Members of the Cabinet present here today, distinguished guests, our partners in the private sector, my fellow servants in government, mga kababayan ko, isang magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Back in 2016, when we were all campaigning for Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte to become president, he already had a solid vision of bringing about change to our country. The Filipino people believe in his tunay na pagbabago, vision, and his drive to eliminate corruption. More than 3 years into his term, kitang-kita nyo naman ang positibong pagbabago na hatid ng sikap at dedikasyon ng ating Pangulo. The Duterte administration is driven by radical change marked with multiple milestones in progress and development. Among these milestones is the advent of the Philippines' golden age of infrastructure through the Build, Build, Build program. More than rehabilitating and modernizing our structures to bridge gaps between our people, Build, Build, Build paved the way for the implementation of high-impact flagship projects that propel equitable growth and development in the country. This program has been implemented bilang pundasyon sa pag-unlad ng ating ekonomiya. We have not only built structures, we have generated more than 4 million jobs for our countrymen through the Build, Build, Build program. Coupled with our investment in infrastructure, the Duterte administration also made major achievements in human capital development. Hindi natin nakalimutan ang kapakanan ng ating kapwa Pilipino. Keeping this in mind, the universal access to quality Tertiary Education Act was enacted in 2017 to provide pre-higher education to our youth. Equitable access to quality and affordable health services is now also a reality to the passage of the Universal Health Care Act. Hindi na magiging rason ang kahirapan sa kawalan ng edukasyon o mainam na serbisyong medikal. Poverty incidence among our countrymen has decreased from 27.6% in the first half of 2015 to 21% in the same period of 2018. We are well on our way to achieving our target of 14% poverty incidence by 2022. Our overseas Filipino workers have also been the focus of President Duterte's vision of a secure and comfortable life for all Filipinos through the adoption of measures and mechanisms to protect and promote their welfare and interests. The Duterte administration is dedicated to building a nation which respects and gives equal opportunity to everyone, regardless of race, religion, and ethnicity. Keeping this in mind, we have established the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, a region that we believe will fuel growth in Mindanao and prosperity to all. Armed with a strong political will to preserve the country's natural resources, President Duterte ordered the rehabilitation of Boracay Island, leading to its restoration. The Duterte administration's environmental agenda continues with the rehabilitation of Manila Bay, whose start of cleanup efforts was officially declared by the government on January 27, 2019. The Duterte administration has sparked genuine change and implemented numerous projects and programs for our people. Kung iisa-isahin natin lahat ito, kulang na kulang ang oras natin dito para pag-usapan to. The real change we have all yearned for so long is now happening. We have made a significant starts, pioneered initiatives, and accomplished impressive milestones as a nation during the first half of the Duterte administration. My colleagues here with us today shall provide you with an in-depth look of these landmark policies and programs. They will prove to you that President's vision for a better Philippines is already a reality. I wish you all a meaningful and productive day ahead. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea. Another round of applause. Indeed, it has been a very busy 3 years for this administration, and as a private citizen, it's been very exciting to witness the changes and the milestones achieved, and we're just halfway through. On behalf of all the government agencies present here today, we would also like to extend our gratitude to all the beneficiaries for their willingness to share their stories of real change.
But before we hear their stories, let us all find out what the Duterte legacy is all about. How can this help amplify the success of our government?
And to give us his keynote speech, may we welcome the head of the Presidential Communications Operations Office. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all welcome, Secretary Martin Andenar.
Executive Secretary Bingbong Medialdea, members of the Cabinet, fellow workers in government, our friends from the press, ladies and gentlemen, Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. The hope that filled the air and lifted him to the most powerful seat in the land continues to reverberate well into the next 3 years of Mayor President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. And out of this phenomenon, a legacy unfolds. Realizing the president's vision requires a universe of work, done one giant leap at a time. It is noteworthy that significant changes are taking place, with our tomorrows already being accomplished from today. The 81 provinces that have brought their stories of success for us to tell the whole nation and the entire world. Maraming salamat po. The functioning of the government, aligned with the imperatives determined by the head of state, is not solely credited to the leader, but also to his entire cabinet. The women and men whose culture of work magnifies the president's policies and programs. Through the Duterte Legacy Campaign, we are grateful and privileged to showcase through print and digital media the honest summaries of successes and sacrifices of public servants in order to achieve our national goal of development. The government is not simply a collective official endeavor. A more noble vision has early on been set by the President as the objective of every government activity. Towns, cities, provinces, and regions are demographics of living human entities united under the inspiring spirit of our Mayor President. He is the face, the voice, and the spirit of a nation that has been revived from lethargy and indifference towards a horizon of positive and meaningful change. The Duterte Legacy Campaign began with the very first words of the President. No leader can succeed without the support of the people. We all are aware of the problems plagued by the preterition of the previous administration. Amidst all these, the President emphasized the deeper, more serious crisis before us. The evil that he has seen face to face, the evil that surrounds us, and the evil that is within us. He pledged to change all that at the expense of his life. In the war he declared against illegal drugs, corruption, and criminality. On the third year of his administration, his battle cry continues. To confront these evils with great intensity, and no other leader has yet approximated his conquests. This is his legacy unfolding. I take pride that our Communications and Operations Office will chronicle for publication and dissemination the legacies you will hear before you today. Legacies which reflect the real magnitude of the 3 fruitful years that have passed. These accomplishments are indicative of a continuing legacy that shall persist for the next 900 days for this great cause. A documentary series is being created. We have published the first issue of a magazine, which will be coming out quarterly, and podcasts, information caravan to raise awareness among Filipinos, and town hall engagements for reciprocal interaction with the masses will also be held. Leadership indeed draws its strength from the people. Through progressive timelines, we have witnessed how the people have continuously supported and accepted the leadership and guidance of Mayor President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. He presents his words with great resolve and confidence, sometimes with good humor, but all the time with the compassion of a father to our nation. The Commander-in-Chief is in command, and this is his continuing legacy. Thank you for joining the Duterte Legacy Campaign. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Dagang salamat.
Kasama mo kami dito, di ka namin iiwan dahil di mo kapag Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng taon,
Indeed, so much has changed, and we have much to look forward to from the PCOO. And as Secretary Andanar said, we have a photo exhibit in the room, and I encourage all of you to please take some time today and have a look at some of the photos that we have displayed. And make sure you get a copy of the magazine. It is out now. I suppose it's out in the front, and you can get a copy and have a look at some of the developments that they reported. And now let us hear straight from the beneficiaries their stories of change. Our order of speakers will be as follows: principals followed by the beneficiary of the program. Well, education has always been a vital pillar for a nation's progress. When one does not have access to formal education, our government has offered a parallel learning system for our fellow Filipinos to learn through the Department of Education's alternative learning system. And to give us an overview of what the agency has accomplished for this program, let us all welcome DepEd Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones.
ang Pilipinas na ngayon, may pagkakataon. Kung may pagsubok man ngayon, kasama mo kami dito, di ka namin iiwan dahil di mo
My fellow members from the cabinet family, led by our very own Executive Secretary Medialdea and Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexei Nograles, fellow cabinet members excellencies, members of the press, both foreign and local, friends and supporters, and all those who are curious to know more about what is happening in the Duterte government, especially in the field of education. There is no debate about the role of education in attaining the goals of a nation or in enhancing the life of individual citizens. No less than our national hero, Jose Rizal, stated that without education and liberty, which are the soil, education being the soil, and the son of man, liberty being the son of man, no reform is possible. No measure can give the result desired. And our global hero, Nelson Mandela, has stated time and again, it's his most popular statement, that education is the most powerful, liberating weapon which we can use to change the world, our country, and the lives of our people. Choosing the most enduring Duterte legacy in education was quite difficult because the president has introduced a wide-ranging array of reforms in education, supported its budget, and we had difficulty making a choice. What are these legacies which he will be leaving and which we in Visayan will be our atong kabilin? Una is sulong kalidad. We have been successful in achieving our goals in making education accessible to as many Filipinos as possible, as indicated in our increased enrollment, reduction of dropout rates, and so on and so forth. And so we are now focusing on quality. Also, the Last Mile Schools program is going to be a major, major legacy of the president. We are focusing on what I describe as the invisible schools, schools which we do not see because they are too far off in some island or on the top of mountains, only having 2 classrooms, tarted walls, leaking roofs, children without shoes, and so on. We have conducted an inventory of all these schools, and we hope that by the end of the Duterte administration, we will have attended to the needs of these last mile schools and give them the same level of attention as we give the schools in our urban centers. Also, the department has improved and rationalized its protocols in dealing with disasters, which are increasing in levels of frequency as well as in intensity. And so, even with or without any instructions at all, automatically, the entire department is mobilized each time there is a disaster. The reason why the organizers agreed to allow me to speak first is not necessarily because I am the oldest or because I am a woman. It's because soon after this event, I will be going to Batangas, to Bawan, to look, to inspect, to talk with the teachers, the evacuees, and the learners on their situation. There are more than 120 schools already used as evacuation centers, and we have to make decisions for and in behalf of our learners and our teachers. And our disaster protocols have been in place. A very important legacy also of President Duterte, and it will probably take one day for us to discuss this, would be that the contentious issues related to indigenous people schools, Muslim schools have been settled with finality, with the cooperation with the support of all the members of the cabinet, particularly those in the military, those in justice, in health, and other social services. So now we have very, very clear guidelines on what a school is, what a school can do to deserve being recognized and registered and have the students enrolled. But this morning, I'd like to focus on a very important legacy program of the President, and this is the Alternative Learning System. This is the first program when he assumed office that he gave full support to. Of course, he continued the senior high school program in spite of the cases filed in the Supreme Court and so on, and all other programs of the department, but he gave special attention to our alternative learning system. Even as we reach out to every Filipino child or adult, as mandated by the Constitution, still there are those who cannot make it to formal education. And so we are giving them this opportunity. So the poor, the marginalized, the young girl who has to raise a family at the age of 10, or a mother or a baby to pursue, we give them a chance to pursue education. The young boy who has to help his fisherfolk family or to work in factories, in farms during the day, they must have a chance also to take advantage of our educational facilities. So we give them this chance to learn, to develop their capacities, pursue higher education, and land better jobs. So what is the story now? 3 years after the President approved the Alternative Learning System program and gave his full support, the average number of out-of-school youth and adults, or OSIAs as we call them, under the Duterte administration is now 57% higher compared to all the past administrations. We have reached them. We have identified them. Of those who enrolled between 2016 to 2018, 66%, or 1.3 million learners, have completed their learning objectives. Meaning to say, they complete the program, they can take the equivalency examinations, and they can proceed to higher education if there is the opportunity, and of course, we have the opportunity now for higher education. So we have a yearly average of 130,000 learners whose lives are improved by obtaining elementary and secondary diplomas. We have ALS programs in prisons, in drug rehabilitation centers, in farms, in city centers, and local government barangay halls, wherever those who need to go and achieve and take advantage of education, we give them that opportunity. So they have been passing, as you are all aware, they can take what we describe as the accreditation and equivalency test, which will allow them to move on to higher education. So 50%, 56% higher. Now, passing rates have also improved. So more and more, not only more and more ALS learners are passing the equivalency tests, but the rates and their grades are higher. What have we done so far? Because after all, we did not invent alternative learning systems. It's conducted all over the world. What we have done is that the ALS curriculum is aligned with our K-12 curriculum. This means that it is not inferior to the K-12 curriculum. And this explains why they pass the equivalency examinations. And we try to equip them with foundational competencies, 21st century skills. I have seen ALS learners learning how to use computers, do various things that kids, learners in the regular schools do. We are also raising the quality of ALS implementers and educators. This is because we are now focusing, as I said, on quality. We want to upskill the capacities of our regular teachers, those in the regular schools, but we also want, along with the regular teachers, to raise the quality of the ALS implementers. After all, they're also graduates of education. They're also trained, and they are volunteers. Finally, what we have done also is that we are not only focusing on the basics of education, on the requirements of curriculums, but we are integrating all the priority programs of President Duterte in our curriculum and in the school activities. This would be the anti-illegal drugs campaign, which is knowledge-based and based on research, our active participation in the peace process efforts, as well as intensified learnings in climate change, environment, and as mandated by the President, really taking an interest and encouraging our children, our learners, to learn more about reproductive health. As you know, this is a source of concern not only of our department, but also of the Department of Health and our own country. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you what the President is doing, what he's encouraging, what he is supporting, what he is funding in the Department of Education. And hopefully, by the end of his term, the results will even be much more visible in better trained learners, learners who will not only know the multiplication tables or facts or data which they get from the computers, but learners who will learn how to critically analyze real situations, how to reason, and how to prepare for the world outside, particularly the world of work. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Nagtuturo po ako dito sa loob ng radio community po. Base po sa aking experience po, nung bata pa ako hanggang sa lumalaki na po ako, yung mga kasamahan namin pumunta po dito sa akin. Nagpapabasa po sila ng mga reseta po galing sa doktor. Paminsan-minsan kinukuha din nila ako para mag-translate po ako doon sa SPMC kasi hindi daw sila marunong mag-Bisaya. Kaya yun, na-realize ko po mas maganda po siguro kung magiging teacher po ako. At least man lang matulungan ko sila kung paano po magbasa at magsulat.
Sinubukan ko pong mag-aral ng ALS dahil in-encourage po ako ng kapatid kong babae. Mag-aral daw po ako ng ALS ng high school, diretso na po daw ako ng senior high. So simula po, mahirap, pero kung gusto mo talagang makamit yung mga pangarap mo, gugustuhin mo talaga kahit mahirap.
Itong bang karunungan is talagang nakakatulong siya sa nagtatrabaho dito kasi kahit nagtatrabaho sila, binibigyan din sila ng panahon para matuto. Yung module 1 is pertaining to personal development, then next is interpersonal communication, paano sila makipag-communicate sa ibang tao, tuturuan namin sila kung paano yung maka-adjust sa kahit anong environment. Tinuturuan namin sila na maging confident.
So, nag-aaral kami dito. Pag walang trabaho, magsimula kami ng klase. Katapos, hinto na naman, kain, trabaho na naman. Pagkatapos, balik kaming klase. Paborito kong English kasi magamit mo siya kahit saang bansa.
Stop ko ng pag-aaral kasi pagka wala ng mama ko, wala na kasing pag-aaral sa akin. Kaya nagsimula na ako nagtrabaho. Dati nag-aaral na ako sa ALS, tapos huminto ako kasi pumunta ako sa Davao, naghanap ng trabaho. Tay, bumalik na ako dito. Tay, sinabihan ako ng mga kasama ko na may ALS allowed. Yun, kaya sumali na lang ako ulit para kahit papano meron akong matutunan para makatapos. Yun, tay, makahanap ng gandang trabaho.
Bilang jail officer, dito sa Davao City Jail, multitasking kami, sir. Isa na doon yung pagtuturo namin sa alternative learning system. Hindi na kayo magbigay sakit. Sa 17 years ko na naging ALS teacher, ito na ang pinaka-best experience ko dito, ang pagtuturo sa loob ng kulungan. Isa ko pong passion na makaturo. Kung ano man yung nakuha ko, yan din ang ibabalik ko sa kapwa-tao ko. Kaya sa amin, hindi kami nahihirapan magtuturo sa kanila. Kung pwede lang sana, lahat sila, paglabas nila, maging productive na sila. Isa yan sa mga programa namin.
Tapos na po ang kaso ko last year and inaasahan ko na sa darating na panahon, sana isa na ako sa mga magpapatunay na ang isang bilanggo ay hindi isang tao na basura lamang sa lipunan. Kahit nagkamali ka man, meron ka pa rin karapatan na magbago at meron ka pa rin tsansa na magbago.
Fulfilling siya kasi pagdating mo dito, makikita mo talaga na yung mga nagtatrabaho dito, willing din silang matuto.
Hindi man nila makontinue yung pag-aral nila sa formal, at least man lang sa ALS, may sumasalo sa kanila at makakuha sila ng magandang trabaho, profesyon.
Pinaka-importante, sir, sa tao, mas lalo na sa mga PDLs namin dito, yung education, kasi ito yung key of success nila. After that, sila na yung makapagsabi at makapagserbisyo naman sa ibang tao kung ano man yung nasa amin ngayon na isang passer ng alternative learning system.
Amazing progress from the Department of Education. Thank you so much, Secretary Biones, for sharing with us the developments on the ground. And since not all of us can see and experience what's happening on the ground in the different communities, it's very important that we have today the beneficiaries of these programs. First to share his story is Mr. Kenneth Apatay.
Paglipas ng taon, hindi na tulad ng noon. Ang Pilipinas na ngayon, may pagkakataon. Kung may pagsubok man ngayon, kasama mo kami.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Sa lahat rin po ng tao na nandito. Education is freedom. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world, according to the former South African President Nelson Mandela. Ako po, si Kenneth Macaldo Apatay, 26 years old. My father died when I was a kid, and my mother was a manicurist. And dahil na rin po sa kahirapan, at meron pa po akong 5 kapatid na sumunod sa akin, kailangan ko pong huminto ng pag-aaral. I was in my 3rd year high school nung huminto po ako. Sa panahon din pong yun, marami po akong nakilala. Maraming tao na lumapit sa akin. And I met people na I thought to be real friends. They introduced me to use drugs. Naging dahilan po kung bakit ako nalulong. Kung bakit po nalihis ang landas ko. Pero, pagkatapos nun, nangyari ang hindi ko inaasahan. I was being arrested June 15, 2015 at kasalukuyan pa rin po nasa loob ng Davao City Jail. Sa loob po, takot na takot po ako. Nakakatakot. Di ko po alam yung gagawin. Maraming tumatakbo sa utak ko. Sabi ko, ganito na po ba ako kasama na kailangan kong dumating sa ganitong klaseng sitwasyon? Bakit ko po kailangan dumating sa ganitong lugar? Makalipas po ang ilang buwan, nakapag-isip po ako. Hindi po ako pwedeng huminto. Kailangan ko pong bumangon. Kailangan ko pong magpatuloy. Kailangan ko na pong ayusin ang buhay ko. Kasabay po nun, nag-launch ng alternative learning system under the Department of Education and also in partnership with the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology ng Balik Eskwela program sa loob ng Davao City Jail. Nag-enroll po ako and studied for almost a year. Kasama na rin po ng mga kasamahan kong instructional managers po, ng mga escort ko rin, mga BGMP personnel na nagturo po sa amin, naging magulang, extending their time and efforts, kasama ng mga kagaya kong learners sa loob. We passed the National Accreditation and Equivalency Exam last April 2016 and had the passing rate of 86%. Nagtagumpay po ako sa unang bahagi ng buhay ko. Sobrang saya ko. Pero akala ko po hanggang doon na lang ang journey ng buhay ko na magkaroon ng magandang edukasyon. Nung panahon pa nga po ng exam, nagkaroon po ako ng chicken pox. Akala ko po hindi ko magagawa. Pero sabi ko, hindi to pwedeng pumigil sa mga pangarap ko. Pagkatapos po nun, sa tulong ulit ng Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, College Education Behind Bars at University of Southeastern Philippines, nagkaroon po ako ng pagkakataon na makapagpatuloy sa kolehiyo. Ngayon po, masaya akong sabihin sa inyo na nasa huling taon na po ako ng aking pag-aaral. Taking the course of Bachelor of Science in Computer Technology, major in Computer Programming. Sobrang saya ko po. I was few steps away from my dreams. Hindi po hadlang ang kahirapan, edad, o estado nyo sa buhay para hindi nyo maabot ang mga pangarap nyo. If you dream, fight for it. It might be hard, opo, pero it was so meaningful. I cannot change the errors I commit before. Siguro po, I had this second chance now na pwede kong gamitin to become a better person. Hindi totoo na pag-adik ka, papatayin ka. Now, I was one of the living testimony. I will now use my education to become a better person. Sobrang saya ko po. I had the second chance in my life and have my future to be better. So ngayon po, pangarap kong maging isang BGMP personnel / instructional manager na makapagturo po sa loob, makatulong sa mga kagaya kong nangarap at gusto pong magbago. Sa lahat po ng tao, saan mang sulok ng Pilipinas, sa lahat ng mga nangarap, ngunit hindi nabigyan ng pag-asa, hanggat andyan po ang proyekto ng gobyerno, ang alternative learning system under the Department of Education, palagi po tayong may pag-asa. Kung nakaya ko, kaya nyo rin. At gusto ko na rin pong kunin ang opportunity na ito para pasalamatan lahat kayo, ang mga tao na nasa likod po ng programa ng gobyerno. Unang-una po, gusto ko pong pasalamatan ng Diyos sa buhay na binigay niya sa akin, sa aking pamilya na hindi po nagsawang sumuporta, hindi po nagsawang maniwala na kakayanin ko. Sa mga jail officers po na naging guro, na naging magulang namin sa loob. Sa aming Chief BGMP na si Sir Alan Solano Iral. Sa aming butihing Mayor, si Mayor Inday Sara Duterte po. Sa Alternative Learning System of the Department of Education, Secretary Honorable Yunor Magtulis Briones. Sa aming Assistant Secretary po, GH Ambat. At sa dating 1st District Congressman na nagbigay po sa akin ng scholarship sa loob, Carlo Nograles. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at lalong-lalo na rin po sa ating mahal na presidente. Hindi niya po binago lang ang buhay ko, binago niya lahat, pati ang buhay ng pamilya ko. First time ko nga po makasakay ng eroplano. Sobrang saya ko po. Hindi ko malilimutan to. Dadalhin ko po ito hanggang Sole. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din, Kenneth Apatay. Another round of applause, a very inspiring story from a young man changed his life for the better. Okay, we stay in the education sector and talk about the passage of the universal access to quality tertiary education. This was a big win for the education system of the Philippines, creating a more accessible tertiary education. To introduce us to the developments on the free tuition law, let us welcome on stage Commission on Higher Education Chairperson Prospero de Vera III.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. On August 3, 2017, we made history when President Rodrigo Roa Duterte signed Republic Act 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Law, because we became the first and the only developing country in the world to have the audacity to try free higher education. The signing of the law, particularly the full implementation to the signing of the implementing rules and regulations, put in place what is the most pervasive change in Philippine higher education now. Because through this law, we provided universal access to quality tertiary education in 4 areas. First, providing free higher education, initiating what is called the tertiary education subsidy, launching a student loan program, and making sure that technical vocational education and training is going to be free. What is this landmark legislation all about? First, for free higher education. Students studying in public universities no longer have to pay tuition and 13 other school fees. These are standard collections of fees all over the country, from admissions to medical fees to ID and laboratory fees are now all free. Mahal po ng President Duterte ang mga estudyante, kaya tinanggal sa kanila ang problema ng paghahanap ng pondo bawat magbubukas ang taon sa kanilang pagbayad ng tuition. I think a lot of people here, especially those who studied in public universities, I'm a product of the public school system. And we all know and feel how difficult it is every time the school year opens and we worry about paying or looking for money to pay tuition and miscellaneous fees. The government, through the assistance of the leaders of the House and Senate, allocated 40 billion in the first year of implementation. Let us thank particularly Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles, because he was the one who was given the unenviable task by the President to scrounge around and look for money. Magically, he was able to produce 40 billion as chair of the House Committee on Appropriations. The following year, the administration increased the funding to 42.5 billion pesos. This money has now been translated so that 1.3 million students in 111 state universities and 103 CHED-recognized local universities and colleges in all provinces and in all regions of the country no longer pay tuition and miscellaneous fees. 1.3 million young Filipinos now go to higher education without worrying about paying for it. We also initiated an innovative approach to providing access to higher education through what is called the tertiary education subsidy. What is this TES all about? It is a program designed to increase access to education for poor students. These are in the DSWD Listahanan 2.0. These are the children of the four-piece families. And those in areas where there is no public university, they get subsidized by government between 40,000 if you go to public universities and 60,000 if you go to private universities to cover education expenses. So those who are in public universities don't pay tuition, they don't pay miscellaneous fees, and they get 40,000 per school year for other school fees that they have. Today, 620,000 students in public universities and private universities enjoy tertiary education subsidy. The initial program of government for this called the ESGPPA, prior to the Duterte administration, provided 28,000 slots. We have increased it under the Duterte administration to 620,000 slots. So from 28,000 to 620,000 young Filipinos get additional subsidy by government. That's not all. We continue to provide what is called the Tulong Dunong program. There are 188,000 ongoing scholars receiving 12,000 pesos per year, and 175,000 new scholars receiving 15,000 pesos a year. These are students who are not covered under the Tulong Dunong but need assistance from government anyway. So the total of this is more than 300,000 additional students in addition to the 620,000 test beneficiaries are getting some form of financial assistance from government. We continue to implement other CHED scholarships. Merit scholarships, these are for students with high grades. Cash grants for medical students. So students who are taking up medicine in 8 public universities don't pay tuition anymore. These are students studying at the Mariano Marcos State University in Region 1, University of Northern Philippines, Cagayan State University, Bicol University, the UP College of Medicine, West Visayas State University, University of the Philippines in Palo, and Mindanao State University. They can apply for tuition assistance and they don't pay tuition to go to medical school. After they graduate, they are required to serve in the Philippines for between 3 to 4 years so that we have a continuous pool of medical doctors that are serving underserved areas in the country. There are scholarship programs for children in the sugarcane industry. We are doing this together with the Sugar Regulatory Administration. And of course, the private education student financial assistance, which funds the scholarship of students in private schools that need government subsidy. The UACTE also provides free technical vocational education and training, but I will leave that to TESDA to explain because they have a presentation about this also. And last year, We launched a 1 billion student loan program together with the Development Bank of the Philippines, so students who still need financial assistance can borrow at heavily subsidized rates. If they pay their loans within the year, within the school year, they don't pay any interest rates. It is by far the best scholarship or the best student loan program available to students, with a funding of 1 billion in 2018 and another 1 billion in 2019. We continue to improve the quality of education, because after all, even if you provide access to students, if the access is to an educational system that does not provide quality, then there is no access at all. So we continue to improve the quality of education in public and private universities. We have approved the curricula in close to 100 degree programs. So we've changed the curriculum, and the syllabus has been changed in almost all degree programs. We have provided 9,500 scholarships and professional programs to upskill professors in public and private universities. Funded with the help of DBM, 6,000 new faculty items in state universities and colleges, so they will have good faculty members, and linked 235 Philippine universities with top universities in 66 countries today to provide joint degree programs, faculty and student exchange, and joint research programs. Not working. Okay. So why are we doing all of this? Basically, the implementation of RA 10931 is a key factor in institutionalizing the strategies of the Duterte administration as contained in the Philippine Development Plan 2017-2022, and consequently the attainment of what is called a matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na pamumuhay. What we want to do is essentially expand access to quality higher education and quality relevant TVET opportunities so that we can create highly qualified graduates and technical experts who can contribute to the country's high labor force. By doing this, we enhance labor capacity by investing in human capital development, increase competitiveness and innovativeness and resilience, so that at the end of the process, we provide economic opportunities and essentially reduce inequality in the country. It is a long-term investment to make sure that when we provide, next please. Wala na yung technical sa taas. Okay. Okay. So that in the end, we essentially make sure that highly qualified graduates and technical experts who can contribute to the country's high labor force, enhance creative capacities for knowledge and technology generation, so we achieve towards the end continuous development for the country. The short end of this is very simple. When we educate young Filipinos, we create a more educated, a better trained, and a highly employable workforce that will become the engine for the modernization of the country. They will be the ones who will complement Secretary Tugade and Secretary Mark's Build, Build, Build program. Because without the human resource, the investment in physical infrastructure will be constrained by the inability to have a human resource that is productive. In the end, we are doing this because, as the President said, when the MOA between CHED and the public universities were signed in Malacanang, the President said, and I quote, "We have made it a priority to make quality education affordable and accessible to all." The signing of this memorandum of agreement between the CHED and almost 200 tertiary academic institutions is a crucial step in helping young Filipinos fulfill their dreams of becoming productive members of our country's workforce through academic degrees and technical or vocational training. Good morning, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Prospero de Vera III. Now, to talk about his experience under this law, one of the beneficiaries of the universal access to quality tertiary education, Mr. John Mark Gonzalez.
Agosto 2017, pinirmahan ng Presidente yung RA 10931. So mula June ng 2018, lumawak yung saklaw nito. Libreng tuition, libreng miscellaneous. Lumawak din yung mga makikinabang na estudyante. Dati 112 state universities and colleges lang. Dinagdagan natin ng 78 local universities and colleges.
Kung hindi po dahil sa free tuition law, hindi ko po alam kung makakagraduate pa talaga ako dahil sa dami po ng mga babayaran namin, sa dami ng gastos.
Yung thought na may babayaran pa akong tuition, wala na po. So, mas nakatulong po yun sa buhay ng isang estudyante.
Pinasok din yung konsepto ng tertiary education subsidy. Ito ay dagdag na ayuda para sa mga estudyanteng nangangailangan.
Nung nalaman ko po na naging part po ako ng tertiary education subsidy, napakalaking tulong po sa akin. Dahil nga po sa kakapusan ng pera, ako lang po yung nakapagtapos ng kolehiyo. Unexpected dumating po yung TES or tertiary education subsidy nung 4th year. Mas nag-focus po ako sa pag-aaral ko. Wala na po akong iisipin na, ay, kailangan kong bumangon ng maaga para magtrabaho.
We will produce a Filipino workforce that is better educated, better trained, and highly employable.
Maraming salamat po na naging isa po ako sa scholars ninyo at nilook forward ko po na marami pa pong mga estudyante ang matutulungan ninyo. Maraming salamat po at more power.
Maraming salamat po sa batas na to na nagpapahalaga po para po sa kapakanan ng mga kabataan. Ngayon po, isa na akong guro ng senior high at ng high school po.
Ngayon po ay teacher na ako. So nakapagbabahagi na po ako ng magandang edukasyon sa mga estudyante and nakakapag-inspire na din po ako sa mga estudyante para po matupad nila yung kanilang mga pangarap sa buhay.
Bumilang ka ng 10, 20 taon mula ngayon. Ito ang magiging pinakamahalagang legacy ni Pangulong Duterte.
Kami sa mundo, buong mundo, sa katapangan mo. Dumating ang iyong pagsubok, loob mo ay nasubok, kami muling tumutok sa iyo.
to all the cabinet secretaries and ambassadors, guests, and sa mga kapwa ko beneficiaries, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. So, who is John Mark E. Gonzales? And paano nabago ang buhay niya ng Republic Act 10931? Hayaan yung aking i-discuss ang aking buhay. Ito ang aming munting tahanan. Binubuo ng 8 kasapi. Ang inay, ang tatay, at kaming 6 na magkakapatid. Ako ang panglima sa aming magkakapatid. At ako lamang ang nakatuntong at nakapagtapos sa kolehiyo. Back when I was in high school, in elementary, dumadaan kami sa 2 sapa upang makapasok sa eskwelahan. Hindi namin ininda ang hirap. Bagkus inisip namin kung gaano kahalaga ang edukasyon para sa ating buhay. Sabi ng nanay at tatay ko, yun lamang ang tanging yaman na maibabahagi nila sa amin. After I graduated in high school, hindi ko malilimutan ang sinabi ng aking ina sa akin. Jan, walang kasiguraduhan ang pag-aaral mo sa kolehiyo. Masakit po, di ba? But instead of being discouraged on what my mother said to me on that time, I become more persevere to achieve my dreams. I took the examination at Batangas State University, and luckily, I passed the entrance examination. So para masuportahan ng aking pag-aaral at may maibaon sa araw-araw, nagtrabaho po ako. I become a fish vendor in the market. Gigising ng 3:00 ng umaga, magbebenta, maghihila ng banyera, kakausapin ng mga suki. At pagkatapos, ay magbibihis para sa 6:00 at maghahanda para sa 6:00 na klase. That's how I develop my self-confidence. Nakausap ang iba't ibang mga tao. I learned how to communicate with them. I also become a vendor in one of my family's closest friend. Another thing, during our every vacation, I also entered at special program for the employment of students in our municipality. And I was assigned in the Municipal Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office. During that time, natutunan ko kung paano magbahagi at magbahagi ng kaalaman tungkol sa kahandaan sa bawat sakonang darating. I also entered at one of the as a review assistant in St. Louis Review Center, or one of the review center in Batangas. Sa pamamagitan ng mga trabahong iyon, ginawa kong motivation para maging successful ang aking first year and second year college. It was hard. Napakahirap po talaga. Fortunately, during my third year college, nilagdaan at naisa bataas ang Republic Act 10931 or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act na naglalayong mabigyan ng pagkakataon ang mga kabataan at mga kababayan nating hikahos at hindi mapapag-aral sa kolehiyo ang kanilang mga anak. Because of the pre-tuition law na naibigay sa akin, nabigay ito ng oportunidad sa akin para pumasok ako sa eskwelahan nang walang binabayaran. Kaalinsabay ang tertiary education subsidy na kung saan nabibigyan ako or nabibigyan ko ang aking mga magulang dahil sa labis na binibigay. So, dahil sa Republic Act 10931, mas nabibigyan ng pagkakataon ang lahat ng tao na bigyan ng sapat na edukasyon at para maabot ang kanilang mga pangarap. So sa huli, I graduated I am a degree holder with a course of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Biological Science. At isa pa, I graduated with the Latin honor of Magna Cum Laude. I received an award of Outstanding Student Teacher, Outstanding Teacher Demonstrator, and Leadership Awardee. I was awarded as well by our Governor Ermelando Mandanas, the Governor of Batangas, para sa pagkilala sa aking pag-aaral, sa kagalingan sa pag-aaral. I was also invited by Radio Pilipinas para mag-share sa kung ano ang naibibigay na tulong ng free tuition law. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Mark Gonzalez, for sharing with us the benefits of the quality tertiary education law. It's so nice to see your life story. Now, to give us an update on the developments on the different programs of DPWH, please help us welcome Department of Public Works and Highways Secretary Mark Villar.
Buong mundo sa katapangan mo, dumating ang iyong pagsubok, loob mo ay nasubok kami, muling tumutok sa iyo.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Sa ating mga, siyempre po sa aking mga kasama sa kabinete, of course led by our very hardworking Executive Secretary Medjaldea, of course our friends from our diplomats and other friends from other countries. Good morning and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share with you the legacy of President Duterte in the realm of infrastructure. Now, this is a fitting time to be speaking about infrastructure because we are at the halfway point of the administration of our president. And I can say that never before has there been a program such as Build, Build, Build. The ambition and the vision of the president is something that's unprecedented in the history of our country. And going into the halfway point of the Build, Build, Build program of the president, I can say that the accomplishments that have been made in the first half of this administration are definitely unprecedented in the history of our country. And we can see this, and you don't have to take my word for it. We have the numbers to show in terms of performance, in terms of projects, the value of projects that were implemented under the Duterte administration. You can see the increase from 2015 to 2019. Last year, despite strong headwinds, the late passage of the budget, the campaign ban, which made it very difficult, very challenging to implement our projects, you can see we're able to attain an unprecedented size in terms of projects implemented, the value of which is 696.3 billion pesos. This has never been done before. This is the highest by far number of projects implemented under any administration. So it's not even close. To give you more, to put things in perspective, let's look at the overall, let's look at a comparison of time periods. From 2012 to 2015, the value of the projects implemented was 715 billion pesos. In the first 3 years, and this is an increasing number, in the first 3 years of the administration of President Duterte, we've already implemented little more than 2 trillion pesos worth of infrastructure projects, accounting for a 183% increase. And this is a number that continues to increase as we go on to the second half of the term of the president. Now those are numbers. What have we done on to go into more detail? Specifically, what have we accomplished in this administration? 6,022 flood mitigation structures, 14,670 kilometers of road, either constructed, maintained, widened, The same goes for bridges, 4,507 bridges, widened, upgraded, rehabilitated. 129,479 classrooms. This is with the help, of course, of our very hardworking Secretary of the Department of Education, Secretary Briones. In fact, the ratio of student to classrooms has improved significantly under the term of the President. We've constructed 114 evacuation centers. Currently, we have an evacuation center that's being utilized now in Tanawan, in San Pascual, in Santa Rosa. Now, given the time constraints, of course, halos 20,000 po ang projects ng DPWH. Hindi ko kayang banggitin lahat. Kung babanggitin ko lahat, abot tayo ng siguro 3 oras. Ay, binigay lang sa akin 20 minutes. So I'd like to focus on just one specific campaign promise, or one specific promise that the President made, that is something that's very close to many people's hearts, and something that I believe that we all know is symbolic of the infrastructure shortage in our country, which of course is EDSA decongestion. A problem which many believe to be insurmountable, which many believe to be an impossible task. But I'm here to show you for the first time the plan that was crafted by our President to fulfill his promise of finally decongesting EDSA, something which for the past few decades has never seen any improvement, and it was only under the term of the President that we've seen this ambitious plan to decongest this symbol of our infrastructure underinvestment. So I'd like to start by showing you the overall map. Now, obviously, EDSA at this point it's impossible to widen at this point because of the value of the structures alongside EDSA. So the only viable solution was to create a network of roads that would bypass it. Now, EDSA, based on our computations, EDSA, the capacity of EDSA is 288,000. The cars passing through EDSA today on a daily basis is 402,000. So in order for us to bring it back to its original capacity, we would have to relieve EDSA of about 114,000 vehicles per day. So we needed to create a pipeline of projects that would be implemented within the term of the President that could relieve EDSA of this amount, if not more. So we have a list here. I've shown you the map. There's a map here. As you can see, marked by the blue is EDSA. And you can see the various bypass roads that are part of the master plan, including the NLEX Harbor Link Segment 10, NLEX Harbor Link Extension, which is the ramp going to R10, the NLEX XLEX Connector Road, the widening of Radial Road 10, the NAIA Expressway Phase 2, the C5 South Link Expressway, the Mindanao Avenue Extension, NLEX Harbor Link Segment 8.2, the Samar Street projects, the Metro Manila Skyway Stage 3, the C6, the Fort Bonifacio Nichols widening, and finally the Laguna Lake Highway. These series of projects, the projects that we've identified to decongest EDSA amount to approximately 380 billion pesos, which, considering that every day we lose about 3.5 billion pesos a day in congestion, is definitely a investment that has a very high rate of return, a high payback. So these are, in general, you can see by the map, the master plan that our President has devised. So to the next. Metro Manila Skyway Stage 3. Now this project, when we came in, was only 8% completed. That was after 3 years of work. So obviously there was the direction wasn't clear. But now, under the President, under the political will of the President, as early as last year, we delivered the full right-of-way for the Skyway Stage 3. At this point, it is 76% completed, the Skyway Stage 3. What is the impact of Skyway Stage 3? When this is finished, from Makati to Balintawak, it would take a car approximately 15 to 20 minutes, which today, as we know, it can take as much as 2 hours on a bad day. So Stage 3, when will this be finished? In the second quarter of this year. When this is finished, the Skyway Stage 3, 100,000 cars in one day, the day after we open Skyway Stage 3 in the second quarter of this year, EDSA will be relieved of about 100,000 vehicles per day. So malapit na po. This is one of the major, we will strike a major blow to EDSA traffic just on this project alone, which I can say from the beginning the President was personally involved whenever there was a right-of-way issue in the Pasig River where it passed through. The President was personally involved in making sure that this project was completed at the soonest possible time. And now we're ready to deliver this project at the second quarter of this year. Harbor Link Segment 10, which was already finished. At this point, we've already opened it last year. It connects the NLEX, North Luzon Expressway, to the harbor via C3. It was already finished this year, and from the significance of this is it was designed for the trucks coming from the port. Now, ang naging problema lang, yung C3 was congested, so we decided to build a extension going to R10, which is a 12-lane highway. Now, in order to maximize the NLEX Harbor Link. So, can we go to the extension? Exit ramp, the R10 exit ramp, which is 2 kilometers, which basically, instead of C3, it will connect to R10. Now, ito pong, this R10 extension, when it's finished, we expect 30,000 trucks that would otherwise pass through the Metro Manila will no longer pass through our Metro Manila streets, diretso na po sa NLEX. So that's 30,000 a day. Isipin nyo na lang itong mga truck. So one truck is the equivalent in terms of size to 3 or 4 cars easily. So napakalaking bagay para sa decongestion ng ating mga trucks, not just trucks but also for regular vehicles. So when will we deliver? At this point, it's 72% complete. We'll be delivering this fully by March. As early as February, we'll be opening another section sa Dagat-Dagatan. So by March, this will be open right before the opening of the Skyway Stage 3. So by the second quarter of this year, on these 2 projects alone, we can expect that almost more than 100,000, approximately by our estimate, 130,000 cars and trucks will be relieved from our metropolis. This is one of the projects that we completed early, R10, which is a 12-lane highway along the port. Previously, before the President's administration, there was it was occupied. There were about 4 lanes occupied by informal settlers. One of the first things that we realized the importance of this road later on for Harbor Link. So we were able to clear this R10. And now there are no longer ISFs who are actually on the road. So they occupied about 4 lanes. But now they've been relocated to other sites. They were given places to stay, compensation, and now the R10 is clear. The NLEX SLEX connect the road, so that's a 1-2 punch. Yung Skyway will be delivering it this year. By 2021, we'll be delivering another blow to EDSA traffic, which is the NLEX SLEX Connector Road. This road it's already under construction. The civil works are ongoing. It also connects NLEX to SLEX. It utilizes the train alignment in Manila, and there's a down ramp also along España. And when this is finished, all the trucks, instead of just going to NLEX, will also be able to access SLEX. So basically, you take away the truck traffic from the metropolis, and you transfer it to the connector road. The connector road is designed specifically for the trucks. So once this is finished in 2021, we can expect a further reduction in the traffic. So there'll be 2 bypasses to EDSA, the connector and the Skyway Stage 3. This is another connection, the NLEX Harbor Links, an extension of the existing Harbor Link. Travel time from Mindanao to Commonwealth Avenue from 45 minutes to 10 minutes. You can see going through Quezon City to Mindanao Avenue. You can see how it's connected. And this is another major project, the NLEX connection, which will serve also to help decongest EDSA. Mindanao Avenue extension, which will also connect. For those in the north, there's a certain section that was incomplete from Mindanao Avenue. It connects to NLEX. We'll be continuing that to San Luis Caibiga Road, which is where all the industrial areas are. So that will create reduction in time from General Luis to Quirino from 1 hour 30 minutes to 20 minutes. And at this point, it's 68% complete. Not all our traffic EDSA decongestion or major projects. There are some such as the Samar Street, which was already completed. As you can see, there's some pictures. Basically, it's a 1 kilometer road, but that was created in a very congested section of EDSA. So I just want to show us an example of other smaller projects, but do have an effect for the decongestion of EDSA. So makikita nyo po yung widening to 4 lanes. And of course, the C6. This is another important project from Quezon City to the SLEX, which also serve to decongest EDSA. We've already started construction. Civil works are ongoing. What is the impact of this? Travel time from Bicutan to Batasan from 1 hour, 50 minutes to 26 minutes. So you can see the alignment starting off from Taguig, going all the way to Batasan Hills, passing through Taytay and Antipolo. Okay. And this is another project which we finished early in this administration, the Laguna Lake Highway. This was started and finished under the administration of President Duterte. It's a 6.94 kilometer highway built connecting Bicutan to Taytay. Travel time was from 1 hour to 30 minutes. And it's also significant because it's the first major highway in the Philippines with an independent bike lane. So makikita nyo po yung bike lane sa gilid. As you can see it there. This is 6.94 kilometers. And we'll be extending this further south, so that we can create another major artery going to the north from the south. So this will also help. So those coming from the south don't necessarily have to pass through EDSA. They can go here going to Taytay. And it's in fact, sa Waze, it's already directing many motorists to this side. And of course, the South Link coming from Cavitex straight to C5. So no longer will they have to, if you're coming from the south, Cavite, Las Piñas, you no longer have to pass through EDSA Taft. You can go straight to C5 from Cavitex. This is ongoing and also scheduled to be delivered by 2022 within the term of President. In fact, we finished yung tawid ng SLEX already, so you can utilize that portion of the C5 South Link. Another project, the widening of Lawton Avenue. We're widening this with the intention of eventually having a down ramp from the Skyway going down to Lawton to improve the connection with BGC, Bonifacio Global City. So it's ongoing now, scheduled to be delivered later this year. At this point, we're 44%, the widening of Lawton. NAIEX Phase 2, we're already planning extensions of NAIEX. As you can see, we've already planned a Skyway extension going southwards, going towards Laguna. We're also planning extensions going to Parañaque. So this will be started this year. And aside from that, we also have bridges across Pasig River. Never has there been this much construction across the Pasig River. Ito po yung mga bridges, Palanca Villegas, Binondo Intramuros, North and South Harbor Bridge, Estrella Pantaleon, Santa Monica Lawton, Marikina Vista Real, JP Rizal Lopez, JP Rizal St. Mary, Lambingan, Guadalupe, East-West Bank Bridge. Now, itong specifically the Santa Monica Lawton Bridge, at this point, it's linking BGC to Ortigas. At this point, it's already almost 50% ongoing. In fact, if you go to the site now, halos tumatawid na yung bridge. In fact, it's an advanced stage of construction, and we're hoping to finish it by the end of this year. You can see the actual pictures of the bridge. Actually, that's an old video. If you go there today, mas halos nasa nakatawid na yung bridge. And we have two others that are ongoing, the Binondo Intramuros Bridge, the Estrella Pantaleon Bridge. The Estrella Pantaleon is at this point 47%, and we target completion at the end of the year. The Binondo Intramuros is at 27%, and you can see the renderings of these bridges. We know Guadalupe, all these bridges crossing Pasig are very congested, so this is the long-term solution. You can see we've planned more than 8 bridges across the Pasig River within the term of the President. Many of these are ongoing, some are almost finished. So here's the map where you can see the locations. And of course, we also have our flagship project. This is by far one of the most ambitious. In fact, we've been working on this for the past few years, the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge, which is a 32-kilometer bridge connecting Bataan and Cavite. Now, this is definitely beyond EDSA. This is not just decongestion of EDSA, but it's a game-changing project, which at this point has already hurdled the NEDA, We've been working on it for the past few years. It took more than a year to finish the feasibility study, which was funded through the ADB. And now, at this point, we're already doing the final detailed engineering design, which can be significantly implemented within the term of this president. So you can see the rendering of the Bataan-Cavite Interlake Bridge. It's at an advanced stage at this point of planning. So, this is just one aspect of the Build, Build, Build program. You can see, I'm just talking about one aspect. This does not include the other projects of the president, which have, in terms of, are just as ambitious and just as large scale. We're talking about we have the Marawi Road Rehabilitation Project, which is ongoing. We have the Boracay Circumferential Road, which is going to be finished by this year. A lot of game-changing projects in every region that hindi ko kayang, kagaya ng sinabi ko po kanina, hindi ko kayang banggitin lahat. So I focused on this one project for the short and medium term congestion of EDSA, decongestion of EDSA. So what is my final message here? The promise of the president to decongest EDSA is at hand. We're so close. And malapit na po, abangan nyo na po. This year, we'll see major improvements on EDSA. And I'd also like to acknowledge my partner because hindi yung sa amin mga roads, but the long-term solution to EDSA is really mass transit, the long-term. And this is spearheaded by Secretary Art Tugade, who this year, sisimulan na po yung subway. So this year, alam niyo po, napakahaba ng planning, pero nagawa na po ni Sec Art in the matter of few years to do this project, which is a flagship, the crown jewel of all our projects, one of the most ambitious projects in the history of our country. We have the LRT-7, which is 60% completed. Numerous airports. The Clark Airport is almost finished. So when you include this with our ambitious road infrastructure program, you can see that the vision of the president for this country is well underway to be completed. Like he said, he wants it finished by 2022, before the end of his term, and we're well on our way to fulfilling the promise that the president made at the beginning of his term. So again, it's always been our goal that these problems, the traffic, the congestion, these problems in the environment, yung Boracay, yung cleanup, the congestion in all our airports, these problems were not started under us, but definitely we are committed to finishing it within the term of the president. All these major things. And it was only under this president, it's only President Duterte who had the vision and the political will to execute the Build, Build, Build program. So again, I'd like to reassure everyone that we're well underway, and the president's promises from what was thought to be impossible are now inevitable. So again, thank you very much. And we look forward to more. The best is yet to come.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mark Villar. And by the number of applause on the presentation of Secretary Villar, you can tell that this hit close to home. Everybody gets affected by traffic. No one is spared. So we're looking forward to more information about the Build, Build, Build projects of the DPWH. But now we jump into the health sector with the aim of providing equitable access and quality health care services for all. The Universal Health Care was signed into law February 2019. This legislation brings closer the collective vision under the Ambisyon 2020, which strives to improve the health of every Filipino. To discuss more about this landmark policy, may we welcome the Cabinet Secretary for the Department of Health, Secretary Francisco Duque III.
To my fellow cabinet members, led by Executive Secretary Salvador Medi Aldea, to our distinguished guests, fellow public servants, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all. Certainly it is with great honor to be with you all today here at the launch of the Duterte Legacy Campaign. to share our vision and ways forward for the Universal Healthcare, or UHC. It was not long ago when the possibility of implementing universal healthcare in the country seemed far off, a distant reality, an improbable ambition even. However, through the staunch and unwavering support of this administration, RA 11223, or the UHC Act, was officially signed by our dear President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on February 20, 2019. And let me just highlight that our president is the only president in the entire history of the Philippine government who has been able to muster sheer political will to rally behind all of his allies in both houses of Congress and ultimately led to a multi-partisan, if not a unanimous support for the approval of the bill and eventually signed into law by President last year. And thereafter, the Department of Health issued the Implementing Rules and Regulations, or IRR, which ushers us in the UHC implementation era. The UHC Act is an explicit recognition that health is a fundamental right and a driver for stronger, more resilient nations. It is a commitment to keep people healthy and when they're sick, give them access to quality care and protect them from impoverishing costs. Indeed, UHC is a definitive and a bold stride in our journey towards a stronger, healthier, and more productive Filipino nation. But more than a grand vision, UHC is also a commitment and a plan of action, a pledge that we aim to set in stone through the set of reforms it drives forward. First, by clarifying roles and re-strategizing health financing, we simplify payment schemes for end users and minimize financial hurdles for both patients and providers. Second, through the creation of standards and enforcement of equitable pro-health, pro-poor regulatory policies, we ensure cheaper yet high-quality medicines, goods and health services, adequate service providers, and a fair market for all stakeholders. Third, by training and capacitating health workers, we further streamline health service delivery and emphasize patient-centric interventions. Fourth, through health promotion policies, programs, and activities, we provide holistic health from womb to tomb. And finally, by harnessing research, data, and health technologies, we make informed, rationalized decisions to adequately address every Filipino's needs. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, achieving UHC is indeed a gargantuan task with very many operating parts, with many nuts and bolts to fix. But if I were to sum the reforms into one important point, it is primary care. And let me repeat that, primary care. And by the end of President Duterte's term, we should have put in place the foundations of primary care so that our system's transformation from being a system for sick to a system for both healthy and sick will be irreversible. To illustrate how this integrated system operates and to give life to our vision for the UHC, let me walk you through the story of Juana. Our heroine, Juana, is a 48-year-old mother of 5 and who works in a sari-sari store. Juana already has her own primary care provider or PCP, a healthcare professional she can reach out to anytime she feels unwell or have health-related concerns bugging her. During her first consult, her primary care provider gave her a list of all the clinics, the pharmacies, the laboratory and diagnostic centers and hospitals that are included in the network. And she is made aware of where she can go when she needs care, and that all her transactions are recorded, and very importantly, including all of her lab results para hindi na po kinakailangan ulit-ulitin kapag ka siya ay tumuloy sa mga iba't ibang level ng ating healthcare facilities. One time, when she was suspected to have hypertension, her PCP referred her to a specialist. After her consult was done, she was referred back to her primary care provider. When she needed medicines, her botika ng bayan is the nearest pharmacy. While not all medicines are free, choosing generics or certain drugs tagged as sulit means no co-payment are necessary. Moreover, she never has to worry about buying substandard medicines since health authorities are trusted to enforce regulation and ensure safety, quality, and efficacy. One day when she accidentally fractured her hip and had to be operated on, Juana only had to provide her biometrics and was only asked one question: are you willing to co-pay or not? Because she was sure she did not want to pay, she was operated and eventually wheeled into a ward shared by 4 people. Juana thought her experience to be pleasant. The room was clean, hygienic, and while shared with others, still allows for privacy. When it was time to go home, the bill was sent to her room. And because of the no-balance billing policy, she did not have to pay a single centavo. By the way, this is already happening. The no-balance billing policy is already very much in place. About 80% of our poor patients who access our healthcare facilities in the public sector and in select private sector hospitals do enjoy today the benefits of not having to pay any of their bills because it is PhilHealth which pays for a substantial amount, if not completely all of their bills, and therefore protecting them from financial risks. To realize this impassioned ambition for the Philippine health sector, your Department of Health, through the unwavering support and compassionate leadership of President Duterte, is in the middle of rolling out the blanket provisions of UHC nationwide. Moreover, we have welcomed 56 LGUs, provincial governments in particular, as part of the first cohort of our UHC integration sites, or UIS. They will pioneer a 6-year strategy conceived by the DOH as a practice of participatory leadership and responsible stewardship by all of the local chief executives who have committed to the integration of their citywide as well as their province-wide health systems. The DOH encourages all other LGUs to start building up their own province and city-wide health systems as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the UHC promise. This is the legacy and brand of change we aspire for President Duterte's administration to leave behind. The vision of the UHC is clear. All Filipinos, walang maiiwan, living in an environment that enables active and healthy lifestyles, are taken care of by a primary care provider who acts as their healthcare advisors as well as navigators. All Filipinos will be able to enjoy the benefits of PhilHealth. By the way, PhilHealth's membership today has reached 98%. 104 million of the Philippine population enjoys today the benefits from Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. And all Filipinos will be entitled to quality inpatient care that is available and accessible at fixed to zero co-payments. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of UHC can only be measured by the well-being of our fellow Filipinos and how effectively the health system responds to their needs. And while UHC cannot be achieved overnight, with our joint efforts and the continued support of our dear President, we can make this happen. We can reach this destination through the meaningful and deliberate intersection of our health leaders, the academe and healthcare implementers, the local government leaders and officials, and other stakeholders from various sectors to push indeed the agenda of healthcare for all. When national leadership pushes institutions to innovate, to remain responsive to the needs of its constituents, we set ourselves on the course of a truly progressive nation. So as we trudge the uphill path towards full realization of the universal health care, I hope we emulate the brand of leadership and spirit President Duterte has only shown us: genuine, undeterred, and resilient. May we stay inspired and committed to our mandate of providing every Filipino the kind and quality of healthcare services they deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go full steam ahead towards universal healthcare. Kalusugan at kalinga para sa lahat. Muli, maraming salamat sa ngalan ng Department of Health.
Universal healthcare law mandates that every Filipino must have an equitable access to quality healthcare services at the time of need without incurring financial risks. Maraming mabebenepisyohan sa UHC law. Una-una, ang mga pasyente, lalo na ang mga mahihirap, ay makakasiguro sila na magkakaroon sila ng mga pangunahing serbisyong pangkalusugan. Pangalawa, yung atin mga healthcare facilities ay makatatanggap sila ng financing para sa mga serbisyo na kanilang pamamalas sa ating mga kababayan. Pangatlo, ang mga doktor, ang mga healthcare professionals ay magaganansyahan din kasi maliban dun sa kanilang sweldo, madadagdagan pa mula sa mga reimbursements ng PhilHealth sa kanilang mga facilities.
Kasi po ma'am, sa totoo lang po, yung sitwasyon po namin, yung pinoproblema namin about sa financial po. Kaya dito kami mismo sa hospital na public para wala po kaming babayaran po ma'am pag na-admit po yung pasyente namin.
Wala na silang dapat ikabahala dahil no balance billing policy na sa ilalim ng Universal Healthcare Law. So, ang mga ospital ay hindi na po sila dapat maningil. Ang 90% sa ating mga pampublikong mga pagamutan ay hindi dapat sumingil.
Na-diagnose po ako ng stage 3B rectal cancer. From Taguig Pateros, nirefer po kami sa PGH. Napakalaking tulong po sa amin yung paggamit ng PhilHealth. Kasi ang aking mister as of now, wala po siyang work. Kasi nga, naasikaso niya ako, yung aming baby.
We are grateful that Aklan is chosen as one of the implementation sites of this law, the Universal Healthcare Law. In partnership with the Department of Health, we have improved the health facilities. We've also trained our healthcare workers para po mas makapagbigay po sila ng quality care and compassion sa ating mga pasyente.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Provincial Health Officer of Aklan, Dr. Leslie Ann Luces.
Hello. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Ako po si Leslie Ann Luces. Ako po ay isang manggagamot at naninilbihan po ako sa probinsya ng Aklan. And isa po itong pribilehiyo na maimbitahan po ako sa ganitong plataforma at maibahagi ko po ang aking saloobin patungkol po sa napakaganda pong batas na ito na tinatawag po natin na Universal Healthcare Law. Noong ako ay maliit pa, at maliit pa rin po ako hanggang ngayon, bit-bit po ako ng aking inay sa ospital kung saan po siya po ay nagtatrabaho bilang isa pong medical technologist. Kaya po, while I was being raised, ang aking pong mga kalaro at ang aking pong mga nakasalamuha ay ang mga healthcare workers and also minsan po, pag ako po ay naiikot, nakakaikot po sa ospital, mga pasyente po. So growing up, I saw the challenges po of the healthcare environment. Kaya po ako po ay napunta po sa ganitong profesyon, which is ako po ay isang manggagamot po. Pinili ko po ang isang unpopular track. Wala po dito masyadong, hindi po ito masyadong pinipili. I am a public health doctor. And sa 11 taon po, no, na ako po ay naninilbihan po sa gobyerno, alam ko po mas kaunti pa lang po yun at madami, mas matagal pa po kayo sa amin, kayo pong mga panauhin po dito. But for 11 years that I've been working as a government worker po, ako po ay nakakita din po ng mga different challenges on the ground, sa grassroots level po, ng bawat isang ordinaryong mamayang Pilipino. So, ano-ano po ang itong mga nakikita ko po? Una-una po, problema sa pera. Okay? Hindi pupunta sa health center, walang pangbayad, walang pamasahe. Okay? Manganganak sa bahay dahil sabi ng iba, mahal yan, wala tayong pera, pangbayad po sa doktor. Or minsan po, nakakakita po, kasi po naging doctor to the barrio po ako, pupunta na po ang pasyente sa inyo, may mga malalaking tumor na, or malubha na ang sakit, dahil takot sa gastos sa ospital, or walang pambayad sa gamot. One, walang pera. Second po, problem ng access sa health facility. May mga mamamayan po tayo nakatira sa geographically isolated areas, yung tawag po nating GIDA areas. And probably po, hirap po sila in accessing our health facilities, malayo, or probably po, kulang din ang health facilities. Thirdly po, is the availability of the services doon mismo sa facility. Pwede pong nakahanap siya ng pera, nakarating po siya sa health facility, but pagdating po niya doon, possible po na Ang primary care services ay wala po. Wala po siyang madadatnan po doon. Ito po ay ilan lamang challenges that a healthcare system has. No? Madami pa pong problema, madami pa pong challenges. But what I am most thankful for is that this administration took the leap in passing the Universal Healthcare Law. And by passing the law, by passing the law, we have solidified the healthcare reforms, reforms such as financing, such as yung mga sinabi po ni Sec kanina, financing, service delivery regulation, governance, performance accountability. Kaya may lubos na nagpapasalamat. Maraming salamat po, Pangulong Duterte, for your strong leadership, okay, and for your strong emphasis in building the healthcare system ng Pilipinas po. I like what Secretary has presented earlier, that captured po yung how every Juan and Juana will benefit from implementation of the law. And by strengthening the primary care, every Filipino will be assured of affordable, equitable, and patient-centric healthcare system. So po that the Department of Health has issued the implementing rules. Now po that the Department of Health has issued the implementing rules and regulations of the law. Now the greater work of implementation lies with us in the local government units, and the province of Aklan is one of the 33 UHC integration sites wherein we will be pioneering the strategies that were developed to ensure full integration of our health system. And with the full support of our governor, our local leaders, DOH, PhilHealth, our development partners, our healthcare workers, I am sure, and we are accepting this challenge wholeheartedly, and we commit to this exciting journey that we call the universal healthcare. So on a personal note po, ako po, pangarap ko po talaga is that in my lifetime, I would see na ang bawat Pilipino po hindi na po magpapalimos upang mabigyan siya ng magandang serbisyong pangkalusugan. And with this law, in the direction of this government is heading, and where the direction of this government is heading, sa tingin ko po, ang pangarap ko pong ito ay matutupad. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Luces. And we'd also like to thank our sponsors, CESA, PCSO, PAGCOR, APO, PDIC, and CAAP. We'd like to tell everybody that lunch is served. You can also line up at the buffet table to get your food for lunch. Also, please check out our photo exhibit at the back of the room, and do not forget to get a copy of our magazine today. Before we proceed on the next part of the program, let's welcome once again the NCCA Sinukuan Kapampangan, followed by Niel de Ocampo.
pag-ahon ng bansa ngayon'y dahil sa'yo. Kinikilala kami sa mundo, buong mundo, sa katapangan mo. Dumating ang iyong pagsubok, loob mo ay nasubok kami, muling tumutok sa'yo, at di mo kami binigo. Sa malasakit mo, sa paglipas ng taon, hindi na tulad ng noon. Ang Pilipinas na ngayon, may pagkakataon. Kung may pagsubok man ngayon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Partners for Change. I would just like to give a well-deserved round of applause for the PCOO for organizing this event. Let's give them a well-deserved round of applause, please. Thank you very much for organizing this. This is the Duterte Legacy. A big shout out to my friends here, si Yusek Benny Antiporta, din dito kumakain, saka si Yusek Castraciones. Maraming salamat. Si Secretary Ramon Lopez, nandito din po, kaibigan po natin yan. At syempre, ang ating idol, nandiyan si Chris Ablan. Poging-pogi pa rin. So, papasinayaan ko na, hindi ko alam kung, Boss Chris, nag-present na kayo? Hindi pa. So, papasinayaan ko na ng team song namin. Ito yung pinaghalo na medley nung mga ginawa ko pong jingle para sa pamahalaang ito na hindi na dumaan ang procurement dahil ginawa na po natin ng libre dahil gusto nating isulong ang pagbabago. Di ba, sir? Ayan, si Secretary Ramon Lopez, napakasipag po. Buti nakarating po kayo dito dahil alam po busy po kayo. Sige, play na natin yung music. This is the different version. Maraming salamat. Naririnig nyo kanina yung sinulat kong kanta para sa Duterte Legacy sa paglipas ng taon. Pero awitin ko ngayon dahil nandito si Boss Chris sa yung Rehabilitation Team Song at ang FOI.
Kay tagal ng hinaing ng bayan na malaman ang katapatan nitong ating pamahalaan. Sa tagal ng panahon di malaman kung bakit nga ba ngayon lamang nagkatapang na pagkapang to. Hindi na pwedeng malay ko pa dyan at di na pwedeng walang pananagutan. Buksan na ang pinto, buksan pati libro, at nang malaman ng bayan, huwag mong sabihing malay ko. Alamin mo ang totoo, malaya ka na ngayong malaman ang kasaysayan ng bayan. At di ka naman niniwala sa sabi-sabi, haka-haka. Mas malaya ka kung may malay ka. Mas malaya ka kung may malay ka. Wow! FOI, at sigaw ng bayan ay FOI. Put your hands up, yo!
This is the theme song of the Drug Rehabilitation Program of the government.
Walang maiiwan sa pagsulong ng bayan kung sama-sama tayong hahanapin ang daan. Naligaw ka man sa anumang landas, tutulungan natin humanap ng lunas. At magtiwala ka lang sa salita, may bagong buhay na sa'yo'y naghihintay. At ang pagbabago'y makikita sa'yo. Para sa susunod na henerasyon, kailangan ngayon rehabilitasyon. At may ginhawa na ang disposisyon sa ating panahon. Rehabilitasyon, pag-asa ngayon. kabinasyon. Maraming salamat. Ipagpatuloy ang pagkain. Would you do the honors of introducing the next performer? There's another performer. Okay, there's another performer performing for you. Of course, they're performers, so that's what they do, perform. So I would like to call on stage Alina Velasquez, the singer of the hit song Kahit Gaano Kalaki. Okay? Ang budget. Okay, hindi. Yan. Okay, kahit gaano kalaki. Nandyan na ba si Alina? There you are. Si Alina Velasquez po. Isa din pong kasama namin magmula pa noong 2016, umaawit para sa ating Pangulo. Ayan. Sige, I will turn over the microphone as it was turned over to me. So, a lot of saliva went into that microphone.
I don't care. Matagal na tayong magkaibigan, Direk Niel. At syempre, yung support ko sa Pangulo, talagang sobra. From day one, nandun na po ako sa likod niya at kumakanta at kinakantahan ko ang lahat ng mga nagmamahal sa kanya. Hanggang ngayon, mabuhay po kayo. Naku, sana nga madaan si Presidente ngayon, pero we'll see. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po for being here. Ang saya-saya, ang sarap sa puso na nakita natin yung mga pagbabago. Alam na alam natin po yan, di ba? Maraming kumukontra, pero bayaan lang natin sila. Play the music, please. Habang kumakain kayo, isa-serenade ko kayo. Music up, please. Kapag ang puso'y natutong magmahal, bawat tibok ay may kulay ang buhay. Ngunit kung ang pagsuyo'y lilipas din, bagay kaya ang bato sa buhay. Kahirap unawain bawat damdamin, pangakong magmahal hanggang libing. Sa langit may tagpuan din at doon hihintayin itong bato sa buhangin. Ngunit kung ang pagsuyo'y lilipas din, bagay kaya ang bato sa buhangin. Kahirap unawain bawat damdamin, pangakong magmahal hanggang libing. Sa langit may tagpuan din at doon hihintayin itong bato sa buhangin. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Pagpatuloy po natin ang pagmamahal sa ating mahal na Presidente. Thank you. God bless you all. Ituloy ang pagkain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us give them a round of applause. Our performers, Alina, Niel de Meza, and our performers from the NCCA. I know you guys are busy with your fork and your spoons, but let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Moving on, President Rodrigo Duterte has always shown a special affinity for our brave overseas Filipino workers, our OFWs. In fact, you know, the president is always looking out for their welfare. Now for updates on the programs undertaken and currently being implemented by the government on OFW welfare, let us call on stage Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, or OWA, Deputy Administrator Josefino I. Torres.
Ang Pilipinas na ngayon, may pagkakataon. Kung may pagsubok man ngayon, kasama mo kami dito.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Sa ating Executive Secretary, Salvador Medialdia, Cabinet Secretary Carlos Nograles, at iba pang membro ng gabinete, mga kasama ko sa pamahalaan Duterte, mga members of the Diplomatic Corps, guests. Gusto ko lang i-relate sa inyo on what we had done under the leadership, kasama ang pagmamahal at malasakit ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa ating mga OFWs. But before I go to that part of relating to what we had done in the 3 years of the Duterte's administration, may I present to you what OWA is, as perhaps some of you have not encountered what OWA is. I always jokingly say that we are from Ka-OWA-OWA. Through the years, the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, an attached agency of the Department of Labor and Employment, has made its mark as the agency or welfare institution for the OFWs and their families. At the start of the administration of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte in 2006, the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, or OWA for short, has also turned a new leaf with the enactment of Republic Act 10801, or the OWA Act, which was signed into law in May of that year. But come the Duterte's administration, the implementing rules and regulation of that act was approved by the OWA Board of Trustees. That was on March 2017, furthering or strengthening the OWA. As a newly chartered institution, the OWA carries out its twin mandate to heart. It adheres to, one, welfare provision to fulfill the President's significant resolve to strengthen the protection of our OFWs and their families, or to protect our OFWs and their families. Fund viability through prudent and judicious allocation of fund and resources to maintain capital build-up. Our core programs are social benefits, education and training assistance, welfare assistance program, social services, family welfare services, workers welfare assistance program, and the newest addition is the reintegration program. To ensure a concerted and consolidated efforts towards the reintegration of our returning OFWs, the OWA Act, Republic Act 10801, stipulated the attachment of the National Reintegration Center for OFWs, or NRCO for short. One of the flagship program, as you will glean later in the testimony of one of the beneficiaries of this program, is the Ikaw ang sa Pinas, ikaw ang ma'am, sir. This aims to train our domestic workers on the skill set needed for the teacher position in the Department of Education. And through the generous heart of our Secretary of Education, Ma'am Briones, they get hired in their hometown and get out of plain domestic work. So this is the scheme that was negotiated or entered into between the National Reintegration Center of OFWs and the Department of Education. Aside from that teaching position, the trained domestic workers can also buy for non-teaching position at the Department of Education. Next. So we also, the OWA Act also mandates expansion of presence of the regional welfare offices of OWA in country for availability and accessibility of OFWs and their families to various programs and services. And then it also mandates the expansion of our front lines on-site and overseas posts to provide welfare and labor-related assistance to OFWs. Next slide. So, the OWA makes sure that our core programs and services respond to the strategic directives of the President as stipulated in our Philippine Development Plan 2017-2020. That is, protect the rights and improve the well-being of our overseas Filipinos here in the Philippines, in the country, and abroad. Strengthen the engagement of our overseas Filipinos, their families, and other stakeholders in governance, and facilitate participation in the country's development and their integration in the Philippine society. The main core of our, one of our core mandates is with regards to the stewardship of the OWA Welfare Fund. And now I'm happy to share with you or to tell you that the OWA Fund, consisting of membership contributions and interest income earned from investment of this fund, is now on the tune of 19.7 billion pesos. And under the OWA Act, this fund is now solely to be used for to fund program and services for our OFWs and their families. Beginning 2016, the OWA now is funded from two main sources, one from the GAA and the other one is from the OWA Fund to fund, as I said, program and services for our OFWs and their families. Next slide. And I'm happy to note to report to you that from 2016 to 2019, direct payment benefits to our OFWs and their families increased to a value to the tune of about 15%. This includes death and burial benefits, disability benefits, livelihood support, scholarship grants, calamity medical assistance to OFWs and OFW families. So from a total of 446,977 OFWs served, we have 149,000 OFW beneficiaries, or an average yearly from 2016 to 2019 beneficiaries for direct payment. Next, this program is we call this Balik Pinas, Balik Hanap Buhay program. A significant change for the 3-year period is a change in the mode of assistance from starter kits worth 10,000 in cash. We converted this to cash assistance, and from 10,000, the amount was increased to 20,000. So, from 2016, only about little under 4,000 beneficiaries. For 2019, we have increased the beneficiaries to about 35,000. That's a considerable leap, as this is purely cash assistance for them to venture into livelihood activities upon their arrival here in the country. Next slide. We have also initiated program expansion, and for the welfare assistance program, we have come out with these 3 components. medical disability assistance, calamity assistance, relief assistance, and bereavement assistance, all for our OFWs and their families. We have also initiated a supplementary medical assistance program for our OFWs. This is a financial assistance that aims to provide eligible abailees with relief in the payment of their hospital and medical bills that is equivalent to the PhilHealth benefits under its case rate system, but not to exceed 50,000 pesos per member. Under our education and training program, particularly those supporting the pursuance of baccalaureate degrees by dependents of our OFWs, I'm happy to report to you that under the Duterte administration, we have expanded the number of scholars. As you can glean from the middle portion of the slide, we have increased under our Education and Development Scholarship Program, we have increased the number of slots from 200 to 1,000 scholars. And open 400 slots formerly before the Duterte administration. This program is solely for new entrants to college, to tertiary education. But under the Duterte administration, we have increased the slots and open also slots for those who are already in the collegiate level, meaning they're already in school. So much so that we have 600 slots for second to fifth year college students, or a total of 1,000 slots annually. The Education and for Development Scholarship Program is sort of a competitive program. That is, they have to hurdle the exam administered by the Department of Science and Technology. But this other program, OFW Dependent Scholarship Program, are for dependents of low-paid or low-salaried OFWs. From 1,250 scholarship slots, we have increased the slots to 2,500. And I'm proud to say that our scholarship program is one of the generous scholarship programs now available for those pursuing baccalaureate degree. Among the milestones of OWA is an award given by the Presidential Action Center and Hotline 888, the linya ng pagbabago, exemplary and immeasurable support to the government public service. We were recognized last year. And another milestone under this Duterte, under the leadership of the President, is we have initiated the OWA rebate program. That is, we are returning a portion of what they had contributed to the OWA fund. And these are eligible or accessible for OFWs who have contributed to the OWA fund for the last 10 years. Okay. So I'll go to the last slide. Last slide, please. In closing, for the last 3 years, the OWA had ensured that all OFWs have expanded access to our social benefits, assistance, to direct payment, continuously enhance the program and services to provide more assistance responsive to the needs of our OFWs. And we have infused information and communication technology to ensure efficient and effective delivery of various assistance accessible to our OFWs. So, in short, under the directives of the President, we have pursued mas lalong pag-igting ng mga serbisyo sa mga OFWs at kanilang pamilya. Higit sa lahat, aming sinisiguro na mas maraming mabibigyan ang OWA Fund. Yun po, marami pong salamat.
Kami po ang Longay Family mula sa Cubao, La Union. Ako po si Salvador Longay, ang asawa na namayapang si Beverly Longay. Ito po ang aking anak mula sa panganay si Stephen Amulek. Pangalawa po si Spencer Amon. Tapos si Seth Amos ang pangatlo. At si Shadrach Amaron ang aking bunso. Noong April 29, 2017, namatay po ang aking asawa na si Beverly Longay. Sa tulong po ng UWA na pauwi po sa Pilipinas. At personal po dumalo sa aming bahay si Hans Kapdag. Binigyan po kami ng scholarship para sa aking mga anak. At ganyan din sa livelihood assistance na binigay po nila na tulong para sa konting hanap buhay para makatulong sa aking pamilya. At ganyan din po, tinulungan din po kami na tungkol sa life insurance na aking asawa na namayapa at saka yung binigyan din po kami ng date burial. Salamat po sa mga tulong, sa tulong po ng OWA. Yung isa sa mga napakalaking bagay para sa akin bilang patiti pamilya ay yung scholarship po ng mga anak ko. Dahil sa scholarship po, malaking bagay po yun para sa mga anak ko at yun po yung pangarap ng asawa ko kung bakit siya nag-abroad, nagtrabaho para sa aming mga anak.
Maraming salamat po sa scholarship namin natanggap namin ng mga kapatid ko.
Salamat din po sa livelihood assistance na binigay po ng UWA.
Dahil sa insurance ni Mami nagkabahay na kami. Maraming salamat po. Dahil po sa livelihood, nagka-tricycle na po kami. Thank you, Uwa.
Sa aming pong mahal na Pangulo na si President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, salamat din po. Salamat pa rin po. Dahil nabigyan po kami ng ganitong klaseng tulong. At ito po yung pangarap ng asawa ko.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
Ako
one...
si Glenn Santiago. Nakatira po sa Barangay Santa Cruz, Concepcion, Bernal. Ang asawa po ay naging OFW sa Kuwait. Hindi po pinalad, namatay po siya doon. Ngayon po, yung OWA, bigyan po kami ng death benefits and burial na 220,000 at 15,000 livelihoods. Nalilang ko po sa pag-aalaga ng baboy. At scholarship po ang anak ko na si Tricia May Santiago. Simula grade 1 hanggang mag-college siya. Ngayon po sa Lungkuyan, nasa grade 4 na po siya. Tapos din po ang pasalamat kay OWA, Administrator Hans Leo Kakak, Dole, Secretary Silvestre Bello III at sa ating mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Salamat po sa patuloy na pagsuporta at paggalinga sa mga OFW at kanilang pamilya. Muli, maraming salamat po.
Ako si Marlita Dignadisi, 49 years old.
Ako si Renami Dignadisi, 19 years old.
Ako si Rhea May Dignadisi, 17 years old.
Ako si Ken Rose Dignadisi, 15 years old.
Ako si Roger B. Dignadisi, Jr., 12 years old.
Kami po ang pamilya ni Roger Dignadisi na nakatanggap ng livelihood program at scholar, kaming apat na anak ng ILAP program. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa OWA
At kay President Duterte.
Dahil nabigyan po kami ng pagkakataong maging scholar.
Maraming salamat po, OWA.
Nalaman ko po yung SPIMS nang pumunta po ako sa Dole po, Legazpi City. Meron daw pong programa yung OWA na sa Pinas, ikaw ang ma'am, sir. Kumbaga, ang pinaka-programa nila, naaanin mo pa sa magtrabaho sa abroad na meron naman dito sa Pinas. Tapos dito kaya naman ibigay ng ating gobyerno po. Doon sa NRCO, na-avail ko yung program nila na livelihood assistant. Kakuha po ako ng pangkabuhayan po. Napalaki ko sa dress shop, so nagkaroon ako ng bridal gown ngayon. As in talaga, kumbaga stable, nagkaroon ako ng tahian na parang maliit na factory. Aside niyan, ang kagandahan sa ISPIN po, nabibigyan po kami ng chance, mapanindigan namin yung tinapos namin ng course. Hindi lang pala na tapos ka na, tapos babaliwalain mo lang sa ibang bansa na magtrabaho na katulong. Dito, mas pinapahalaga ng ISPIN, pag teacher ka, dapat pakita mo, teacher ka. So, madali naman po ako nakapasok bilang teacher po. Nung nakapasa po ako ng April, nagbalik ako sa OWA. Sabi ko, ma'am, nakapasa na po ako. So, kung mabibigyan niyo po ako, magta-try po ako maging teacher po sa DepEd. Sabi po ng NRCO OWA po, pwedeng-pwede po ako doon sa programa nila. Year 2018, nabigyan po ako ng award na school kit. Yun ay laptop at saka yung printer po. Malaki po yung pasasalamat ko po. Na-establish ko po yung sarili ko. Na dati, wala ka. Tapos ganito na yung life ko. Yung simpleng buhay mo, nabago ka agad. Dito kasi, may trabaho ka na, yung family mo, nandyan pa, yung isip at puso mo, kompleto dyan. Kaya nga po, binigay ni Lord sa akin yung kasagutan sa NRCO po. Kung i-compare ko po siguro, yung buhay ko nun sa ibang bansa dito, di na po ako babalik sa ibang bansa.
Yes, we are against the odds today. It's for real now. And you've seen her in the video screen right in front of you, but now in the flesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you one of the modern heroes of the Republic of the Philippines. Let's all welcome her with a big round of applause, Miss Emmy Guerinia.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Emmy Gueriña, dating domestic worker sa Hong Kong. Dahil sa hirap ng buhay at kawalan ng permanenteng trabaho, umalis ako sa bansa na dala ang pangarap na maiahon ko ang aking mga anak sa hirap. Hindi pala madaling magtrabaho sa ibang bansa. Sa bawat araw na lumipas, tinis ko ang matinding lungkot, pagod, at pang-abuso ng aking amo. Malupit ang aking amo. Ako ay sinasaktan, hindi pinapakain at kinukulog. Kaya nung magkaroon ng pagkakataon, tinakasan ko ang aking employer at pumunta ako sa Polo, Hong Kong. Tinulungan nila ako na mabawi ang lahat na nagastos ko, pati na rin ang hindi nabayaran buwanan sahod. Umuwi ako sa Pilipinas na may sakit at bigong makamtan ang aking pangarap. Dahil wala ako ng mga panahon na yon, lumapit ako sa Department of Labor and Employment sa Bicol at mapalad naman na nabigyan ng livelihood assistance na bigasan ng Overseas Workers Welfare Administration National Reintegration Center for OFW or OWA-NRCO. Habang pinapatakbo ko ang aking maliit na negosyo, ako ay nabalitaan ng OWA and RCO Regional Coordinator na mayroong programa sa mga OFW let passers na tinatawag na Sa Pinas, Ikaw ang Ma'am at Sir. Agad naman akong nag-apply sa nasabing programa. Noong February 2017, natanggap ko ang isang napaganda biyaya, ang aking appointment bilang Teacher 1 sa Tigaon Central Pilot School. Sa kasalukuyan, ako po ay magtatatlong taon nang masayang nagtuturo sa aming bayan sa Tigaon, Camarines Sur, Bicol Region. Sa kabila ng hirap na dinanas ko sa Hong Kong, wala po akong pinagsisihan dahil yung karanasan ko din pala sa abroad ang magiging daan para matulungan ako ng ating gobyerno na mabigyan ng permanenteng trabaho dito sa Pilipinas. Bilang isang single parent, napakalaking tulong sa akin ang makapagtrabaho na malapit sa aking mga anak dahil nakakasama at nagagabayin ko sila araw-araw. Kaya taos-puso po akong nagpapasalamat sa Duterte Administration, sa DOLE, OWA, NRCO at DepEd. Dahil sa programang Sa Pinas, Ikaw ang Ma'am am Sir, guminhawa ang pamumuhay ng aking pamilya. Nakapagpundar ako ng sariling bahay at negosyong dress shop. Nani sa panaginip ko, hindi ko maisip na magagawa ko kung dito lang ako sa Pilipinas magtatrabaho. At higit sa lahat, unti-unti kong binubuo muli ang mga pangarap ko para sa aking mga anak. Sa pagkakataon ito, ako din po ang nangangako na pagbubutihin ko ang aking trabaho bilang isang guro. Patuloy po akong tutulong sa lahat ng advokasya ng Duterte Administration, lalong-lalo na sa mga programa para sa mga kapwa ko OFW. Ang buhay ko ay isa lamang patunay na kung magsusumikap tayo at magtitiwala sa ating gobyerno, mayroong pag-asa na guminhawa ang ating buhay sa sariling bayan. Maraming salamat po at patuloy sana kayong pagpalaing ng sa ganon, mas marami pa pong mga katulad ko ang matulungan ninyo. Diyos mabalos po sa Indugabos.
Diyos mabalos, Emmy. Thank you so much for sharing with us your truth
and for being so transparent with us this afternoon. Speaking of truth and transparency, this is what the Presidential Communications Operations Office has rallied for to ensure a well-informed public. That is you and me. Where has the implementation of FOI taken us farther last 3 years? Let's hear it from the Program Director of the Freedom of Information Management Office, PCOO Assistant Secretary Christian Ablan.
Thank you, Jada. Good afternoon, everyone. Did everyone, when you received the invite that this would be a whole day event, I will be asking the organizers to issue a certificate to you this afternoon because you've completed the whole day Duterte Legacy course. This is the most difficult time to discuss a legacy project of the President because every one of you is full from our hearty lunch and all of you want to probably sleep. But I will try my best to entertain you, no, inform you. We've already learned this morning from our speakers, most of them cabinet members, of the different legacy projects of the Duterte administration. And I am sure that you now have an overload of information, yes? And that's where we come in from the PCOO because the President designated us to implement one of his legacy projects, which is the Freedom of Information Program. If in case you forgot any of the information shared by Secretary Villar or by Secretary Duque, you may ask the DPWH and the Department of Health on our website, foi.gov.ph. Earlier, you heard Secretary Briones discuss the ALS program, and some of you, and maybe even those who are watching on PTV and on our Facebook Live, you may be wondering, how can I be a recipient of ALS? And what educational institutions provide ALS in my area? In terms of CHED, what particular universities provide for information on courses on software development or game development? In terms of the DPWH projects, what are the national build programs in my locality? If I want to start a business in drone agriculture business, what are the requirements? If I want to know how many professionals are in the teaching profession, where do I ask? How many are they? Later on, you will be hearing from other speakers to discuss the environmental legacy projects, our security, peace, and order projects, and you have so many questions, and that just shows you how important information is in national development and local development. That is why the Filipinos' constitutional right to access government information is in Section 7, Article 3, Bill of Rights of our Constitution. That's how important the right to information is. And ever since we had the 1987 Constitution, congressperson after congressperson, senator after senator have filed a Freedom of Information bill in Congress, and they have not passed one until today. For various reasons, they have been challenged. That it has been very difficult for our congressional leaders to pass an FOI bill, that it took a president in the person of Rodrigo Roa Duterte to think out of the box and sign Executive Order Number 2, Series of 2016, as a declaration that we can operationalize the citizens' right to information in the executive branch. We are now proud, 3 years in implementing the President's directive, that almost all of government has answered the call of the President to be transparent and to be open to the people. And for the next few minutes, I will be giving you an update on the compliance of our different partners in government. First, how many agencies are compliant to the policy? An issue that really pervades us in policy implementation is that just because the policy is there, automatically it will be implemented. That's not the case. It's not the case here in the Philippines, and it's definitely not the case in other countries. I'll show you the slides here, show you that from 2016 to 2018, how many or what percentage of our government offices have complied to the call of the President to be transparent and open. Up and running in 2016, almost 100% of national government agencies have complied. Towards 2017 and 2018, GOCCs, we had a rough start back in 2016 with only 43% compliant. And then we moved up to 88 to 92% 2018 to 2019. SUCs, we really had the difficulty during the first year of implementation, but with the help of Chair De Vera and CHED, we were able to increase it from 23% all the way up to 96%. And the last one is called local water districts, from 7% to 41%, for an overall compliance rate of 69%. We are optimistic that by the end of 2020, all of government will be FOI compliant. Aside from being FOI compliant, meaning when a citizen, when a Filipino goes to OWA in Intramuros or whatever office, they will be able to get a response within 2 weeks. We have opened a website called the eFOI portal on foi.gov.ph so that our OFW colleagues who are in the Middle East, who are in Europe, Australia, America, if they have any questions, they can log on and ask the agencies directly. Now we are on a voluntary basis. So from just 15 agencies back in 2016, we have onboarded close to 447 government agencies, which you can access online today. Because we have our eFOI portal and regular FOI requests, the slide shows you the number of FOI requests government has been receiving since 2017. For paper-based requests, we had 3,737, and then as of last year, that has already spiked to 29,490. In the eFOI portal, we started out with 7,352 requests, and now it's up to 18,000 for more than 50,000 or 60,000 FOI requests. So what is our batting average? How good or bad is government in answering an FOI request? The next slide will show you that we have improved in the last 3 years. From a 41% success rate, we now have improved our services, and 5 out of 10 times, government is able to respond to the request of the people. And we are very optimistic again that by the end of the President's term, this percentage will increase to at least 75%. How were we able to operationalize freedom of information in government? Well, we knocked on the doors of each and every department and each of their attached agencies and bureaus, of each GOCC, of each SUC, of each local water district. We knocked on their doors and we trained their personnel. There was no creation of an additional item for an FOI officer. It was an added task. And we are very thankful and grateful to all 1,000 government agencies that have answered the call of the President and trained more than 4,000 of their staff to answer the questions of the citizen. So what kinds of information have the Filipino people been asking for the past 3 years? The slide shows you 42% requests for legal documents. They ask for copies of Republic Acts, laws, other orders. Sometimes a secretary would have an office order, a department order. They want to have a copy of that, and we disclose that information. Sometimes a citizen is interested in an infrastructure project and would request for a contract. The DOTR, time and again, have disclosed these concession agreements to the citizens. Next, 39% requests for statistics. They want to get health data, poverty data, IP data, AIDS data, and all kinds of data sets and statistics. And agencies like the Philippine Statistics Authority and DOLE have disclosed these data sets. Only 6% are interested in the personal information of public officers, and 13% actually accessed FOI for the wrong reason. They actually were complaining and not asking for information. We have directed them to the proper program, which is the 8888 Presidential Complaint Center. After national government agencies, local water districts, GOCCs, and state universities, our next target are local government units. And because of the initiative of Secretary Andanar of the PCOO and Secretary Anyo of the DILG, they issued a joint memorandum circular last year promoting local government units to pass their respective FOI ordinances on a voluntary basis. So from 3 LGUs back in 2017, we now have 22 LGUs. We are hopeful that by next year, the passage of an FOI ordinance becomes a criteria of the seal of good local governance, because if there is one thing we learned in implementing access to information, it is that in the eyes of a citizen, every one of us constitute one government office. And if a person requests for information from one office and is dissatisfied, then his vision of government is also the same. So we need to have FOI in all of government. This platform is also an opportunity for me to call on our legislators to finally pass the FOI bill and make it into law to include them, the judiciary, the local government units, as well as the constitutional commissions. All of these numbers are useless if we do not have a success story. And we're very happy that one of our beneficiaries of the FOI program is here with us this afternoon to share her experience on how accessing government information helped her, and in this case, in her research. We have tracked a number, if not hundreds, thousands of successful FOI requests. You can see on the screen, from asking the Department of Health what is their classification and criteria to ensure that a hospital is a trauma center, all the way down to asking for information regarding gender and development budget of state universities. Filipino citizens have been accessing information using the FOI program of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. That for this year, we have embarked on our Smart Citizen campaign. In this day and age of fake news, misinformation, and disinformation, while we have smart cities, smart TVs, smartphones, we at FOI under PCOO would like to advocate the smart citizen. We have to develop critical thinking amongst our citizens, and hopefully you join us with our Smart Citizen campaign. That is our program, and we are more than happy to answer any questions on our website. Don't forget, foi.gov.ph. Thank you very much. Mabuhay!
Since the President signed Executive Order Number 2, Series of 2016, back in July 23, 2016, madami ng mga naging developments sa ating national FOI program. We have almost all of the 1,000 national government agencies, GOCCs, SUCs, and local water districts with their FOI manuals. And half of that are on our FOI portal, foi.gov.ph. Meaning to say, ang mga kababayan natin can ask information from different government offices online or on paper-based.
I tried to access the portal and then I tried to test it, and then I was hoping that just an ordinary program of the government, a new program, so maybe they're adjusting with the system. But after 3 days, I received an email from the FOI. My query was answered after 3 days, so I was very happy and satisfied with the program.
The top most requested information on the FOI program is legal documents. That makes up 42% of FOI requests. 39% of FOI requests are from datasets and statistics. 6% are personal information. So people are asking for copies of official SALN as well as accomplishment reports and travel reports.
from the past, kailangan kapag magre-request ka ng information, you have to personally visit the offices. Kahit galing ka sa malayo, even if you're from province, yun yung address ng FOI. Kahit nasan ka, as long as you have reliable internet connection, you can access information or you can request. Aside from that, it is somehow proactive. Kung yung request mo is na-request na ng ibang tao, makikita mo na siya doon. So you don't have to make another request.
We are able to harmonize the Executive Order number 2 on the freedom of information with the data privacy law. Napaka-importante lang ang poprotektahin ng ating mga opisyal at mga kasama sa gobyerno ay ang mga sensitive personal information.
Siguro ang pinagkaiba lang dun sa administrasyon ngayon na nakapagpasa nung FOIEO is talagang hindi sila tumigil. Hindi sila tumigil hanggat hindi nila na ipapasa kasi alam nila na kailangan yun ng tao na hindi lang para i-practice ng tao kung paano nila gagamitin yung right to information, but because the administration knows that this FOIEO will empower the people to practice their right to know kasi yun yung magiging gateway din para mas makapag-participate sila sa decision making.
It's a very successful program for me since I'm one of the first beneficiaries of the program, so I could attest of its efficacy and its efficiency.
Ang FOI ay hindi lang para sa transparency. Hindi lang siya tool para labanan ang korupsyon and to maintain accountability in government. FOI is for knowledge, it's for information, it's for transparency, and it's for empowerment.
And to share with us her experience on truth and transparency, let's all welcome Ms. Jem Camille Garcia Adescol.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Jem Camille Garcia Adescol. Bago pa man po ako maging FOI Receiving Officer ng Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, ay 3 taon na po akong kawani ng gobyerno, where I was given a chance to realize and embrace the significance of quality public service. Ito rin po ang nagtulak sa akin to take another step in improving my knowledge, which is why I took up my Master's in Public Administration and finished it with my thesis titled The Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, Compliance to Executive Order Number 2, Series of 2016, Basis for Quality Service. Hindi po naging madali na ipasa yung napili kong study. At first, it was even rejected by my panelists because they told me that my study will not make a contribution to public administration, especially in the aviation industry. They also told me that this FOIEO is just a redundancy of our existing policies. Thus, it will make no difference. So they asked me to change it, pero hindi po ako pumayag. I remained determined and continued to defend my study, not just to finish my degree, but to prove them that the FOIEO was passed not only to allow the Filipinos to access information from the government, but more importantly, to practice their right to be informed, to take part, and to transparency. These objectives will not make only a difference, but empowerment, and ultimately contribute to nation building. As a former FOI, FRO, I was able to witness how the value of FOIEO has continued to upturn because the request for information is not limited to those who want transparency from the government. Mula po sa iba't ibang estado ng buhay, mula sa iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas, estudyante, out-of-school youth, negosyante, professionals, unemployed, people request for information for different purposes, such as business matters, research, job opportunities, and more. The FOIEO and the EFOI portal allows the Filipinos to easily access information from the government. Especially, the EFOI portal enabled us to access information from the government without visiting their office, which saves time, money, and effort. Hindi na po kailangan gumastos sa pamasahe. Hindi na po kailangan mag-leave sa trabaho. hindi na rin po kailangan umabsent sa school kung meron man pong mga impormasyon na kailangan mula sa iba't ibang sangay ng gobyerno. And this FOI initiative improved not just the quality of public service, but the trust and the confidence of the Filipinos to their government. The FOI executive order benefited me not only as a student who needed to pass her studies, or as a government employee who was tasked to respond to information requests in the aviation industry, but above all, as a Filipino who believes that the right of an ordinary citizen to request information on the dealings of the government and information that influences policymaking is truly a powerful tool to protect the society and its people against abuses, mismanagement, and even corruption. Today, I am more than grateful to share this legacy to my fellow men, and I would like to thank our President Rodrigo Duterte, the PCOO, the FOI PMO, ASEC Ablan, and Secretary Andanar for the untiring effort and support to ensure the efficient and effective implementation of this executive order. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jam. And now from freedom of information, we move on to press freedom and media protection. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte pushed for the creation of an interagency tasked to protect the members of the press from harassment and ensure their safety as they carried out their duty as information bearers. Let's hear more developments regarding media security from the Executive Director of the Presidential Task Force on Media Security, PCOO Undersecretary Joel C. Egco.
Thank you, Daphne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have had your lunch already because my presentation is going to be bloody, if not graphic. All right? So, para medyo mas magaan po, I'm just going to tell you a story that covers a decade, no? But I'm going to make it fast dahil due to limited time, so we can give more time to the next speakers. So my story begins 10 years ago, and after 10 long years of being in the company of war-torn countries like Iraq, Syria, Somalia, South Sudan, and others, the Philippines has been in the list of the most dangerous countries for journalists in the world. Imaginin po ninyo yun. This dubious distinction has cost us not only pain, not only shame, and not only as a people, but a country that values press freedom, human rights, and freedom of expression in this part of the world. Remember that tayo po ay touted as the freest in Southeast Asia. So my story takes root in 1986 when democracy was restored. But we're going to take a huge leap to 2009 when we begin this dark chapter in the history of Philippine media. That year, we were ranked as the 6th most dangerous country in the world by the New York-based Committee to Protect Journalists, owing largely to the 24 then unsolved cases of media murders. No? And it was mentioned in the CPJ report that it was due to pervasive climate of impunity in the country. Remember the term, impunity, culture of impunity, and all that. And then this thing happened. On November 23, 2009, 58 people, including 32 media workers, were waylaid, shot to death, hurriedly buried in hastily dug up graves in Ampatuan town in Maguindanao, in what would be known as the single deadliest attack on journalists in history. Ito na po yung Ampatuan, Maguindanao massacre na natapos po, no? Last month. And of course, after that, naturally, that year, 2010, we worsened. We worsened twofolds, no? From number 6, we landed at number 3 as the 3rd most dangerous country for journalists in the world, next to Iraq and Syria. Imagine that. And we remained at number 3 for the following years also. 2011, 2012, 2013, and 2014. And there was a bit of improvement in 2015 and 2016 when we were ranked 4th. But, sabi pa rin po ng CPJ, yung number 4 place, yung 4th place was cemented by the fact na may failure tayo to prosecute the suspects in that gruesome massacre. All right? And worse, there was this report by Reporters Without Borders. This time, this is a Paris-based international media watchdog. No, ang sabi nila, we were on the top 5 deadliest countries in the world. And naturally, we were the deadliest in Southeast Asia. Then came President Rodrigo Duterte. In his very first State of the Nation address in July 2016, the President announced that he would be creating a task force that will look into the problem of impunity, media killings, and violence in the country. And in that same SONA, he declared, and I quote, "This government does not condone violence and repression of media." Close quote. Lo and behold, on October 11, 2016, the President signed his very first administrative order, AO1, creating what is now known as the Presidential Task Force on Media Security that is mandated to protect the life, liberty, and security of media workers in the Philippines. And on January 24, 2017, we signed the operational guidelines of the task force, here being shown in the photo that you see in front of you, at the National Press Club building in Intramuros, and it was signed by representatives of the member agencies and various media partners of the task force. After that, immediately we gathered all data on media violence, on media killings, from various sources, government and private media sources alike. And we found out, we were able to map how enormous the problem is, And we found out also that Mindanao really accounted for the most number of incidents, making it the most vulnerable region in the country. Not most dangerous po, because dangerous is very defeatist. It's vulnerable, most vulnerable. Next slide, please. So this is where my story takes a positive turn. Immediately after the President signed the Administrative Order number 1, in 2017, the CPJ again gave the Philippines an improved ranking. Number 5 na po tayo. And in its report, it cited progress in the campaign, and it even noted the creation of the Presidential Task Force on Media Security. And this good development went through the years 2018 and 2019. And last year, yan po yung latest, October 2019, again, tandaan po ninyo, the CPJ mentioned that the country's 5th worst ranking is due in part to the deadly, that time is still unresolved deadly massacre case. All right? So, next slide please. These humble feat did not escape the attention of world leaders, including former European Union Ambassador to the Philippines, Fran Yesen, and former Danish Ambassador to the Philippines, Jan Top Christensen. But we did not stop there. Immediately after the creation of the task force, we hit the ground running. So instead of collating all data on media killings in the country, we also acted on current and past and present reports and complaints of media harassment, intimidation, and murders. And as we do that, as we backtrack on old cases, we dared to find a factual, contextual answer to the question, why are journalists being killed in the Philippines? So let me discuss to you briefly, But before that, as a matter of principle, I'd like to assure you that we believe that addressing the symptoms is nothing but just scratching the surface of the problem. So we opted to contextualize. We really need to address the root cause of the problem by identifying and addressing their vulnerabilities. And speaking of vulnerabilities, let me discuss to you the 3 levels of risks that journalists in the country face every day. The first level is duty. You know, the job itself is risky. I was targeted for assassination myself 11 years ago. Next is advocacy, the relentless criticism by a journalist on a subject, anti-drug advocate, anti-corruption advocate. It doubles the risk, no? But the third and the worst level of risk is when the journalist himself or herself goes into a crusade. Crusade, meaning the journalist already crossed over to being somebody else. A politician, a businessman, or somebody who files charges against the usual subjects of his criticism. Diba? Sila na mismo nagpa-file. And in some cases, the journalists themselves challenged politicians, no, in elections. Tumatakbo na po sila. All right. What is our observation then? So besides these risks, the problem is compounded by the fact that media violence in the country is a direct byproduct of the hostile or violent geopolitical environment. The clearest and biggest example is that being the Ampatuan Maguindanao Massacre case. And we have three major indicators or contributors to the problem. Of course, dirty politics. When they fight, magulo din po doon sa lugar kung saan nag-aaway ang mga politicians. And number two, corruption and crimes. And number three, the vulnerability of the media sector. And when I say vulnerability, we observe six things, no? First, there are rivalries and infighting among media groups and personalities all over the Philippines. Kahit saan po kami magpunta, nag-aaway-away. So we called for unity among these media groups. Number two, to pinakamalala, economic vulnerabilities. Most of them are not paid enough. If they're being paid at all, they don't receive even health, medical, or even burial packages. Wala, zero. Number three, there's a correlation between media ownership and politics. Number four, black timers are more prone to media violence, no? Because our records show that there are more than 20 black timers killed in the past decade alone. Number five, small entities are usually financed by politicians. And number six, media violence spikes around election season. Again, example, the Maguindanao Massacre case. Next slide, please. Because of these vulnerabilities, we forged a memorandum of agreement with ACT CIS party list for the enactment of a bill called the Media Workers Welfare Act. So it is now enrolled as House Bill 2476, and it seeks to uplift the living conditions of media workers in the country, as well as uplifting their skill levels to be at par with their international or foreign counterparts man lang. Imagine, when we went to Japan, I was told that the entry level for a journalist there is close to 100,000 pesos already. So you may ask, how many cases do we actually handle now? Since 1986, sabi ko, my story takes root from 1986. And yes, to present you the facts, we have 244 cases broken down into 180 cases of killings and 64 cases, not killings, meaning 58 of these cases or these incidents are actually threats that we acted upon. And 6 of the remaining 6 are actually cases of those who survived assassination attempts. So, out of these 180 killing cases, 102 cases have been declared as closed already, including the 31 cases, hindi po 32 sa Ampatuan Maguindanao Massacre, 31 kasi yung napalo ni Judge. So, may isang missing doon na kaso and we're reinvestigating it, yung kay Muamay. No? Kasama na po sa closed cases, yung 31 doon sa Ampatuan Massacre case. Next slide, please. So, this is Virgilio Maganes, ang aming Buenamano. His case was the first to be handled by the task force. No? Siya po ay binarel, but he survived. And then we went on to investigate other cases, work-related cases of killings. That of Larique. Next slide, please. Christopher Lozada of Surigao. Joeliano of Albay. Ed Dizon of Kidapawan. and Dindo Generoso of Dumaguete City. Not shown here is the case of Dennis Denora. But we also investigated cases of, well, non-work-related cases, as we call them, ano? Like this one, when we investigated the case of Benji Caballero in Tacurong City, my friend June Briones in Masbate a few years ago, and that of Carlos Matas in Zamboanga province. After he was killed, follow-up operations resulted in the killing of 3 of the suspects in Mr. Carlos Matas' killings. Next slide, please. So, again, we were cited, to cut the long story short, we were given positive reviews by the CPJ, and in December 2018, I'm sorry, the Reporters Without Borders delisted us from the top 5 deadliest countries for journalists. For the first time, nawala na po tayo sa list na yan. And for the second consecutive year, December 2019, just last month, the Philippines can no longer be found on any of the deadliest or worst list by year end, either in terms of killings or imprisonment of media workers. So, sakto, this will be the climax of the story that I'm telling you. And after 10 long years of waiting, after so many delays, finally, the day of reckoning. On December 19, 2019, Judge Jocelyn Solis Reyes handed down the guilty verdict against the principal suspects and masterminds in the Ampatuan, Maguindanao massacre case. Guilty na po sila. And this happened, 2 years after the families of the victims met with the President in Malacanang. On November 23, 2017, I was there. Former Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre was there. Former spokesman Harry Roque was there. And the families were there. And the members of the prosecution panel were also there. And it was there that the President told us, tapusin nyo na yan. Next slide, please. So, Secretary Andanar announced in September the end of the trial. And we were so happy about it, we thought that the promulgation would come before the 10th anniversary of the massacre. And, in fact, I was so confident back then that I even promised that I will quit my post if the suspects were acquitted. But it did not happen. Thank you very much, Judge Reyes. Mga kababayan, sabi nila may impunity dito sa atin, culture of impunity. So let us define this online definition, pinakamadaling basahin, pinakamadaling hanapin na definition ng impunity. Bibilisan ko na po. In the international law of human rights, it refers to the failure to bring perpetrators of human rights violations to justice. And as such, itself constitutes a denial of the victim's right to justice and redress. Ladies and gentlemen, on our record, we have 15 convictions that are work-related. And we have another 3 convictions on cases that we deemed not work-related. Adding the 31 convictions or the 31 victims in the Maguindanao massacre that were given justice just recently, we now have a total of 49 convictions of media worker killers in the country. And this has not been reported yet in the in the recent past. So this is where my sad story ends. The dark chapter in Philippine media is being closed now. And what that story tells us, the Maguindanao case, what it tells us is that, justice delayed is not always justice denied. Most often than not, it's just justice in waiting. And from being one of the most dangerous and one of the deadliest, our country now holds the distinction of being the only country in the world that has convicted this huge number of killers of media workers. A testament to the Philippine government's and the Duterte administration's sincere, honest, and genuine commitment to protect human rights and uphold human lives and, of course, human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, I close the book of my story, leaving behind this very powerful quotes or message from my friend, who's not here, unfortunately. Yusek Severo Catura of the Presidential Human Rights Committee Secretariat. And I love what he said here. You know, Yusek Catura is a true-blooded professional human rights defender. And I quote, "Not since the post-World War Nuremberg trials of 1945 to 49, which saw the conviction of 18 war criminals, has the world seen this large number of persons convicted by a single court. Even the much vaunted International Criminal Court, in all its 17 years in existence, and after having spent more than $1 billion, has only convicted 4 personalities. And it took a humble regional trial court in this side of the world, presided by one judge, Jocelyn Solis Reyes, to make a world of a difference," close quote. Ladies and gentlemen, the Presidential Task Force on Media Security is reinforced, we are reloaded, and we are more relentless because for us, failure is not an option. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, PCOO Undersecretary Joel C. Egco.
1 week before na mangyari yung Maguindanao Massacre, naka-deploy na kami nang umabot yung 23 ng November. Alas 10 ng umaga, dumaan yung convoy ng Mangudadato. Pagdaan ng convoy ng Mangudadato, nakalampas sa amin ng mga 1 kilometers, doon si Dikay na nagpahinto sa convoy ng Mangudadato. Pinadapa na ni Dikay lahat yung mga tao. Pagdating namin doon, pinasakay uli, pumunta kami doon sa crime site. Pagdating namin sa crime site, first time na binaril ni Unsay si Gigi Mangudadato and B. Edin Mangudadato. After that, by sasakyan, 7 sasakyan yun. Pababayin yung isang sasakyan, pababayin yung tao, hilahin doon sa harap namin. Paghila doon sa harap namin, magalis ang maghila. Barilin naman yan. Pagkatapos magbaril, isang sasakyan naman, doon din dalhin. Barilin din. Ganun kung anong ginawa doon sa unang batch, ganun din ang gawin sa second batch. Pero, yung 2 van na hindi bumaba yung mga tao, hindi talaga bumaba, ginlock nila yung sasakyan. Doon na sila binaril sa loob ng sasakyan.
In the morning, police today, Branch 221 Judge Jocelyn Solis Reyes said the promulgation of judgment on the cases.
10:50 in the evening, nagising ako, wala pa siya. Supposedly, 10:30 nasa bahay na siya. Tinawagan ko yung cellphone niya kasi wala pa siya. Nagri-ring na, hindi na siya sumasagot.
Patay ang isang mamamahayag matapos pagbabariling sa Kidapawan City. Kinilala ang biktima na si Eduardo Dizon na isang radio commentator.
Nabanggit po kanina ni Yusek na hindi matapos ang taon ngayon, 2019, makamit na ninyo ang justisya. It's either December 5, 12, until 20. So ano yung feelings nyo na 10 taon ninyong hinintay at magkakaroon na ng conviction sa mga mastermind ng nangyaring massacre na kung saan kasama ka doon yung inyong mga parents. Siguro si Kuya.
Siyempre, masaya kasi sana din po makuha na yung justisya. Ngayong taon na po, 10 taon na akong hinihintay. Halos lahat ng naghihintay para namamatay na din sa pagkahintay nila. Kaya sana din na yung kasunod. Yan yung magiging regalo namin sa amin. Yan na yung pinakamasayang passport.
So 10 years na ngayon nangyari yun. Ano yung naging buhay mo na wala na yung ako?
Habang nagtatrabaho ako, pumapasok ako sa mga sidelines para matulungan si mama. Nagpasok din ako sa sabungan
na kaagad ako nag-apply ng trabaho sa isang restaurant dyan sa may Veranza. So, yun.
Siguro, kung sana naman po hindi naaabot ng December 20, no? Kasi December 20, di ba parang bakasyon na yan? Sana po, or mas maaga pa sa December 20, labas yung promulgation po namin. Tsaka po, swerte nila eh. Kasal ng anak nila, nilabas sila. Binigyan pa sila ng kalayaan. Pero kami, birthday, Pasko, New Year. Alam niyo ba, natutulog na lang kami sa puto? Wala kaming magulang. Umiiyak yung mga kapatid ko. Alam niyo ba, sa galing, nag-aroling ako para yung nakain kami. Ito lang po yung pinaka-antay namin ng Pasko. Na mabigyan kami ng justisya. Ito lang po yung hinihiling namin. Sa 10 taon namin niliis na wala yung nanay namin. Yung nanay lang namin ang pumupuhay sa amin, wala kaming ama. Tapos pinatay pa. Sana po, pinagdadasal po namin na kami na namin yung justisya.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear Ms. Madonna Dizon's experience on the implementation of the Presidential Task Force on Media Security.
To our distinguished guests and to all our intellectual giants coming from different agencies, locally and internationally, sa aking mga kabaro sa media and my co-beneficiaries of the Duterte legacy, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Madonna Dizon, the wife of the recently slain Eduardo Dizon. We are working at the Brigada Group of Companies under Brigada News FM based in Kidapawan City in North Cotabato. Working in the media parlance is not easy, just like other jobs, wherein we are putting our lives day in and day out in risking, or we are risking our lives day in and day out. And just to adhere to the truth and, of course, justice for every Filipino people deserve. And if you could still remember, mid last year, kung saan nagpalabas po ng direktibang ating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte to some line agencies na stop, no? To stop the activities of investment scams operating in the Philippines. Ako at ang aking asawa, na kung saan ay nagtatrabaho for how many decades now in the media parlance, we are strongly supporting the plight of the Duterte administration in protecting, no, protecting our innocent victims, no, ng mga investment scams na naglipa na po dito sa ating bansa. And dito po nagsimula na kami po ay nakakatanggap na ng mga threats, no, over the rape programs and even sa social media. At kahit pa man sa kabila ng napakaraming pagbabanta sa aming buhay, ay patuloy pa rin po kaming isinisiwalat ang katotohanan and asking for the leaders of these investment scams na hintuan na po ang patuloy na paglilinlang sa mga biktima nila. And patuloy po silang nagbibigay ng mga false hopes at iba pang mga promises na kung saan ay ang mga biktima po ng investment scams ay pumupunta na po sila sa amin, humihingi ng tulong na baka naman pwede silang maka-refund, no, sa kanilang mga investment kahit konti na lang. Dahil ang iba ay naisanla na ang kanilang munting lupa and nagkautang-utang na po sila. But sa halip, naging barbaric pa sila, no, sa kanilang mga radio programs, tinitext na kami kahit ano-ano na ang pinagsasabit sa kanilang programs. And doon nga, no, at the eve of July 10, doon ay pinatahimik ang aking asawa dahil nga sa dami na ng mga kumukontra na sa kanila, no, sa mga leaders ng mga investment scams. At dito, gusto kong sabihin sa inyo that a day after na namatay ang aking asawa ay nagpalabas kaagad ng kautusan ng ating Pangulong Duterte through the Presidential Task Force on Media Security sa pangunguna po ni Secretary Martin Andanar and Undersecretary John Eggco. And on the fourth day, at the wake of, sa wake po ng aking asawa ay bumisita po ang grupo ng task force created led by Undersecretary John Eggco sa wake po ng aking asawa at doon they shed light, no, to the case of my husband at nagkaroon po kami ng pag-asa na sooner or later ay makakamit po ang hustisya para sa kanya. And we would like to commend also the administration of President Duterte sa pag-create po ng PT forms upang mabigyan po ng proteksyon ang mga manggagawa sa media industry upang maprotektahan po ang aming buhay, aming security as well as our liberty. And sa ngalan po ng aking pamilya at sa pamilya po ng Ampatuan Massacre na kung saan ay napakatagal nang naresolba at ngayon lamang po sa administrasyon ni President Duterte, kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa Presidential Task Force on Media Security. I salute the Duterte administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Madonna Dizon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short intermission number, a song from a 2016 composition to perform Mr. Niel de Mesa and Moy Moy Palaboy.
Thank you very much for being also our technicians. That was so elegant how you introduced Moy Moy Palaboy.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a Palaboy in the name.
Yan.
First time I hear that.
Magandang tanghali po.
Magandang tanghali po.
Hapon po.
Ano?
English.
English. Oh, meron tayong foreign delegation dito. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. English only, please.
Okay. All right. Yes, thank you.
Sabi mo sa kanila, look to the ano.
Ay, ano, papagana lang.
May pampagising tayo ngayon kasi naantot na tayo
konti
iba
lang po. Pwede po ba tayo humarap sa kanan yun? Sa kanan nyo po.
Kanan.
Po. Okay lang po ba humarap sa kanan? Yan.
Sabi mo sa kanila in English.
In 200 meters turn right. Waste yun. Punta na lang tayo.
Sige. Nandyan yung video namin. Ito yung isang awitin na ginawa namin noong 2016 pa ito. At isa sa mga unang Duterte songs. So, isa din sa mga Duterte legacy talaga. Ayan. Play na natin, nandyan.
Hello kay Yusek Ben Antiporta.
Huwag kayong magtaka sa waistline ni Moy Moy Palaboy dun sa video.
Yes. Taba ko na Chad Borja.
Si Chad Borja po, kasama namin yan.
Hindi puro pangako
2015.
parating na
Payat ko pa dyan.
papakulan. Kailangan natin ng Duterte kahit ano.
Subukan natin mag-videoke time. Pebbles, Madam Princess,
Yo.
daming tayo.
Hey. Oh.
Parang rally lang. Here we go.
Oh. Payat ko dyan.
Ibang klase yung ano mo dun. Sura mo dun.
Imbis ni Mayor ang puso niya sa salita, ngunit ang binalita ay puro lang pagmumura. 2 oras nakaluhod, uwi katabi niya, at ang kukunin lang nila yung gagawa ng intriga. Kaya heto na ang plataforma na di masyadong makaporma sa wala ng perang kampanya. Kahit na ang mga kampanya na nga sa kanya ang nagsisilapit at nagpipresenta. Kailangan natin ng tunay na pagbabago, hindi puro pangako na parating napapakulang. Kailangan natin ng Duterte kahit ano, para ang sasamang tao tuluyan ng maglaho.
Halang ng bituka,
Take it away.
di lang nakadroga, sagot sa kriminal,
Before, after.
kamay na bakal. Halang ng bituka, di lang nakadroga, sagot sa kriminal, kamay na bakal.
Sa payapaan, dito sa bayan, ang sabi ng iba di daw kaya ayusin sa 6 na buwan. Pero ang matapang umaksyon, mabilis gawin ang solusyon. At nagkataon na tayo'y tulong-tulong. Aray kasaraw din ang kapulisan ng buong dangal. Di na takot sa mga kriminal, di na takot na paputukan ang mga kulang. Namang masamang balak ay sumilin ang isip ng bawat bata, pati ng matanda. Magagawa, nagtagal ng sahod ng mga guro, lalo na sa paaral ng pampubliko. At saka ituturo mabuting asas sa mga batang nagsusumika para sa ating bayang mahal. Ang sabi ni Duterte, kung siya ang presidente, ang taong inosente, hindi dapat matakot at ang kanya ng pangako na dumami ang trabaho para hindi na maghiwalay ang pamilyang Pilipino. Kailangan natin
ng tunay na pagbabago,
hindi puro pangako na parating na mapakulang.
kailangan natin ng Duterte kahit ano, para ang masasamang tao ay tuluyan ng
Hey!
Alam ng bituka, di lang nakadroga, sagot sa kriminal, kamay na bakal. Alam ng bituka, di lang nakadroga, sagot sa kriminal,
Nandun pala ang
kamay
PDEA
na
nandito.
bakal.
Nakabilib kay Cayetano, ang sinasabi ni Mayor, ating iboto. Ang kasabi ni Mayor, kung hindi natin si Alan ang katambalan sa Malacanang wag na lang. Ganyan ang tunay na tambalan, walang iwanan, parang Kristo sa libahin, walang turuan. Kaya kahit anong sabihin nyo, alam namin ang totoo. Napiling tambalan ay mabubuting mga tao. Eh ako ang kasalato, pasinabi mo dahil naayos sa kato ng servisyo. Pero kung gusto ninyo na magkapat ay batay, ang mga Musliman o Kristiyano at Manileño Provinciano ay tulungan ng isang tao na kung matulog nakakulambo at gusto sa saklolo tuwing matapos ang bagyo para ang bawat Pilipino dito sa Pilipinas ay may paggalang o may takot sa batas.
Kailangan natin ng tunay na pagbabago,
Hindi puro pangako na pangating mapapakulang.
kailangan natin ng Duterte
Hey!
kahit ano, para ang masasamang tao tuluyan ng maglaho. Alam ng bituka, di lang nakadroga, sagot sa kriminal, kamay na bakal. Alam ng bituka, di lang nakadroga, sagot sa kriminal, kamay na bakal.
Kailangan natin ng tunay na pagbabago, hindi puro pangako na parating na papakulang. Pasalamat din sa PDEA nandito sa kanilang masigasig na pagsisilbi sa ating bayan. Maraming salamat, Director Derek Carrion nandito.
Mabuhay ang
Kasama din si
Pilipinas.
DJ. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Niel at Moy Moy. Okay, good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Authorities' campaign against insurgency continues as the administration pushes for a more peaceful resolution in resolving conflict. A whole-of-nation approach has resulted in an increase in the number of rebels who surrendered their armed struggle and volunteered to be reintegrated to their respective communities. To discuss more about this, please welcome National Security Advisor, Secretary Hermogenes Esperon Jr.
Dahil sa'yo, kinikilala kami sa mundo, buong mundo, sa katapangan mo.
Fellow members of the cabinet, we still have here Secretary Charlie Galvez and NCIP Chairman Allen Capuyan. We have also, of course, with us other heads of agencies with us, including Chief Minister Murad of the BARMM. Palapakan nga natin si Chief Minister Murad. Colleagues in government, friends from the diplomatic corps, you are still there, and friends from the private sector. Ito palang, I like this position where I am now because it's my first time to be able to view what is at the back, including the rearmost tables. While I was sitting here and facing here, I was not able to see what's happening there. But now, looking at how we are arranged, I now understand why it is getting cold. Parang kumonti tayo yata. Kanina medyo nagsimula tayo ng umaga, talagang ang daming nandito, ngunit yung iba ngayon ay umalis na, kaya the less people inside, the colder it gets. So can we regroup those tables that are so few, with so few people? Can you go around and meet some people and regroup? Like, well, you may stay with preferred friends and some preferred colleagues or some people that you want to coordinate with. Can we do that? Can we stand? Can we stand up, all of us? Gusto nyo mag-exercise tayo? Sige lang. Please regroup if you may. I know that it is easy for you to see your friends, so be with them. At magkamayan tayo. Let's shake hands with each other. Ayan. Baka mayroon pang magkatabi dyan na hindi pa nag-uusap. Oh. Yan. Oh. Okay. So, medyo uminit ng konti, ano? Undersecretary Joel Egco started out by saying he might be reporting some bloody matters. Wala naman. You simply reported things that happened in all factuality. On my part, I will simply be reading from my manuscript, and you may say I'm doing it, what do we term it, Joel? I'll just term it as cold-bloodedly as I can, cold as it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you the major achievements in the security sector. They may not be complete, but we take pride in reporting this to you as part of our President's legacy. Let me start with our domestic security challenges. And first and foremost, with the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP-NPA, which we also call the Communist Terrorist Group, and the threat that comes from that direction. It is first amongst my topic because the Communist Party of the Philippines is actually the primary political threat to our democratic way of life. In 2017, due to the CPP-NPA's continuous hostilities, recruitment of minors, conduct of arson and extortion from private properties, President Duterte issued a Proclamation 360, ending the peace negotiations with the communist rebels. Following this, the President signed Proclamation number 374 to formally declare the CPP-NPA or CTG as a terrorist organization. A year later, on December 2018, the President signed the landmark Executive Order 70, creating the National Task Force to end the local communist armed conflict for a whole-of-nation approach in attaining inclusive and sustainable peace. Under EO 70, the government shall prioritize and harmonize the delivery of basic services and social development packages and ensure participation of all sectors to address the root causes of insurgency. To facilitate convergence of efforts, last April 15, 2019, the President approved the National Action Plan for LCAP and the implementing plans for its 12 lines of efforts. We call these 12 lines of efforts as our clusters. Furthermore, on May 6, 2019, the Cabinet Officers for Regional Development and Security, or CORDS, CORDS system was established. The CORDS are to spearhead peace and development efforts in the regions across the country, 17 of them. The CORDS assignment was eventually, of course, updated with our new CORDS for Cordillera, Secretary Dar, for Secretary Abisado as for Region 11, and Secretary La Peña for Region 12. Today, we have cascaded our mandate through the formation of regional task forces, provincial, city, or municipal task forces, and even barangay task forces all over the country. As of 2019, a total of 842 barangays identified as CTG affected have already been cleared. On the other hand, there remain to be 2,739 barangays categorized as threatened by CTG expansion activities. All of these barangays need development interventions from the government to clear and protect them from CTG, Communist Terrorist Group, influence. Towards this goal, the President, last Cabinet meeting, approved a total of 36 billion for 2020 until 2021, and this fund will be used for projects and programs such as farm-to-market roads, water systems, school buildings, health stations, livelihood programs, and other programs that will be identified. EO 70 also provides for the establishment of a mechanism for local peace engagements instead of national peace talks that are nationally orchestrated, directed, and supervised while being locally implemented. Hence, the task force issued the guidelines for the conduct of the localized peace engagements as formulated by DILG and the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity. The LPE, Localized Peace Engagement Framework, shall follow two important tracks, namely community consultations and problem-solving sessions, and local peace dialogues with the CTG. Under the local peace dialogues, there are also two options for localization. Leaders and/or members of the CTG may either enter a local level peace agreement with the local peace panel, or they may directly avail of the ECLIP, or the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program. And so after almost a year of operations, let me go through some of the notable milestones of the National Task Force. We now have what we would call active engagements with the international community. That is done by one of the clusters. With the knowledge that the communist terrorist group is actively engaging the international community, we began our own international engagements through strategically selected countries, mostly in Europe, to rectify the false narrative on the Philippine government that the CTG spreads, to cut the millions of foreign funding to the CTG front organizations, which they use to fund their terrorist activities, and acquire the international community's overall support in ending the local communist armed conflict. We have now closed the much heard about Salugpungan schools. In July 2019, after recommending the closure of Salugpungan schools, which are schools in the mountains, in the jungles, that teach students to assemble firearms, among other violations, DepEd ordered the suspension of 55 DUMAD schools, which led to the permanent closure of all Salugpungan schools all across the Davao region, including Region 13. As a footnote on that, the Salugpungan schools had been responsible for producing Red Warriors. So much so that today, 70% of NPA fighters are from the ranks of the indigenous peoples. We are now recovering them. We have also caused the issuance of a warrant of arrest for Mr. Sison. Last August 28, 2019, the Manila Regional Trial Court issued a warrant of arrest to Mr. Sison, his wife, and 36 other high-ranking personalities of the CTG for multiple counts of murder, filed way back in 2016. This is related to the internal purgings involving tortures and thereafter the mass graves for their ranks that they killed during the internal purgings in the 80s. This warrant of arrest will hopefully bring back Mr. Sison to the country to answer for the crimes he has committed to the Filipino people. We are now at the National Task Force investigating the recruitment of minors by the CTG. As we put in efforts to protect our children, we have looked into the recruitment of minors by the CTG. We have successfully brought the issue to the attention of the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, headed by Senator De La Rosa. The hearing revealed how the minors supposedly studying in universities drop out of their studies to join organizations of the CTG. Is my time up? I have just 5 more pages. With rebel surrenderies, we have the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program, or ECLIP, established by virtue of Administrative Order Number 10, signed last April 2018. The ECLIP is the flagship program of the government in assisting the surrenderies in reintegrating into the mainstream society. It is overseen by the Task Force Balik Loob, headed by the Department of National Defense. ECLIP is also one of our 12 lines of efforts or clusters. Since 2016 until 2019, October, more than 2,300 regular NPAs have already been assisted by the program. The DILG also provides 5 million pesos to LGUs, local government units, for the establishment of halfway houses that will provide temporary shelter to the former rebels as they reintegrate in mainstream society. Aside from the financial assistance, qualified beneficiaries also receive housing units through the National Housing Authority and land titles through the Department of Agrarian Reform. Social development projects are also provided, such as livelihood skills, training and assistance from TESDA, Land Bank, DTI, DOLE, DSWD, DA, Department of Health, CDA, Cooperative Development Authority, and OPAP. Let me now discuss some recently adopted initiative of the government in addressing terrorism and violent extremism. This is now on the terrorist side. I am proud to say that the Philippines already has a national action plan on preventing and countering violent extremism, NAP-PCBE, making us, by the way, the first Southeast Asian country to complete a national action plan. The NAP-PCBE is the comprehensive, harmonized, and synchronized national strategy of the government to prevent and counter violent extremism and radicalization. After a series of intensive research studies and consultations with experts and local stakeholders, the NAP-PCBE was finally adopted by the Anti-Terrorism Council last May 2019. The NAP-PCBE actually gives particular focus on 6 different sectors identified to be vulnerable to violent extremism. Including the community itself and the OFWs. The DILG, as the lead implementing agency, with the help of the Project Management Committee of the Anti-Terrorism Council, already began coordinating with its attached agencies to implement the NAP-PCBE. The DILG is in the process of collecting the implementation plans of relevant agencies. And OPAPRO, with being the government agency tasked in coordinating with the BARMM, has also begun engagements in the region to implement the National Action Plan. Last December, OPAPRO, NSC, and BARMM had a key leaders meeting in the area for the localization of the NAP-PCBE. Furthermore, with the adoption of the NAP-PCBE, the United Nations system has already committed to provide substantial financial support to various capacity building programs such as on strategic communications and social media. The UN also committed to the Philippines for the Philippines to be part of its countering terrorist travel program. The new flagship initiative of the UN Office of Counterterrorism with other UN agencies seek to support member states in detecting and restricting terrorist mobility. Another related major effort in combating terrorism is the promulgation of our National Action Plan on Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear Threats. The National Action Plan for this was adopted already by the Anti-Terrorism Council. The NAP-CBRN is an inclusive, comprehensive, and sustainable framework and national strategy to promote CBRN security through a whole-of-nation approach. The NAP-CBRN includes the reconstitution of the national CBRN team that shall provide technical expertise and support for its implementation. We have the participating agencies as shown. In summary, the government, and after this will follow two more briefings from the security sector. The government is working double time to end our internal security threats with the Security Development Framework as our general strategy. Security and development. It's not security alone that should work on these threats. Furthermore, good governance is at the heart of our new strategies against the aforementioned security threats. It is all about strengthening government presence, delivering basic services, and addressing the socio-economic issues of the people which are being exploited by the enemies of the state. To end, let me express my gratitude to all agencies and the communities who have been involved in the initiatives that I have presented. This ends my presentation. I now direct you to watch a video presentation of our ECLIP beneficiaries from Mindanao. That's the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program. Thank you, and good afternoon to one and all.
Kinabuhi man ang kapalit sa akong pag-istorya sa publiko, pero dili na ako igsapayan para sa akong tribo nga wala na malikrot ug wala na magamit nila nga ipangwarta nila ug wala na kinabuhi nga makalas ug tama na ang kinabuhi sa mga elders nga gibuhis para sa among community. Dako gyud ang nakatabang sa amo gikan sa NTFL ka kay nakapahimo ko farm o na ako'y negosyo para sa akong pamilya.
Tungod sa tabang sa gobyerno o sa kasundaluhan, makaingon ko nga ingani di ay ang kinabuhing sibilyan. Walay mo dikta sa imong ayaw adto didto. Kung kano sa ka gusto mo suroy, makasuroy ka. Mabati na ko nga gawas mo na ko kay akong mga anak na anak, pagmata na akong anak, kay sa una wala. Kung sa tabang sa gobyerno, ay.
Amo na nakapalit ko yuta gamay, then nakapabalay ko gamay po. Isa ko na sa kay balay lang siya. Dako walay kayo nang pasalamat lagi po sa Philippine Army, lubanan sa gobyerno. Nagitabangan jud ko nga parang makakita gyud og insaktong panginabuhian ug maayo nga trabaho, ma'am.
Dili lang na IP ang kuan sa MPA giilad, tanan kita nga mga Pilipino. Pero dapat kita mga Pilipino dili na ta magpailad, kung way magpailad wala na mahimong MPA.
Time for us to hear the testimonies of the beneficiaries of the initiatives of the government for ending local conflict. Please welcome Mr. Glenn Christian Coco, Ms. Jenacel Dumogan, and Ms. Magdalena Ilagan.
Paglipas ng taon, hindi na tulad ng noon. Ang Pilipinas na ngayon.
Maayong hapon sa tanan.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Ako si Jenicel Dumugan.
Ako si Janicel Dumogan.
Nagpangidaron og 27 anyos.
Ako ay 27 taong gulang.
Og usa ko ka tribong umayamnon.
Mula ako sa tribong Umayamnon.
Og nakapuyo ko sa lungsod sa Kabanglasan, Bukidnon.
Mula ako sa lungsod ng Kabanglasan, Bukidnon.
Ako usa ko ka dating NPA.
Dati akong NPA.
O girecruit ko nila ni nag-edad ko og 15 o 16 anyos.
Ni-recruit nila ako noong ako ay 16 years old pa lamang.
Nakauban ko sa NPA tungod sa ilang pangako nga usbon ang katilingban.
Sumali ako sa NPA group dahil sa kanilang pangako na magiging maayos na ang ating bansa.
Nga wala na kunoy pobre o dato.
Na wala nang mahihirap at mayayaman.
O so nag-NPA ko sa pag-NPA na ko nahimo kong SRC medic.
Noong ako ay nasa NPA, ako ay nagtatrabaho bilang SRC medic.
Tungod sa gipangako nila nga kadtong usbon ang katilingban, wala na nila na angkon o mismo sa ako wala na ko na bati.
Ngunit ang kanilang pangako ay hindi nila naitupad.
Og nahimo noon nga ang akong pamilya nahimong nabulag-bulag.
At ang nangyari ay nagkagulo ang aming pamilya.
Og so didto ko nakaingon nga musurinder.
Doon ko naisip na sumurrender na lamang.
Pero sa pagsurinder namo dili malikayan gyud nga mahadlok mi sa sundalo ug mga pulis.
Ngunit sa aming pag-surrender, hindi maiwasang matakot kami sa mga sundalo at pulis.
Tungod sa ilang istorya nga ang mga sundalo o pulis berdugo.
Dahil sa sinabi nila na ang pulis at sundalo ay papatayin kami.
So wala na nahitabo sa akong kinabuhi.
Ngunit hindi naman ito nangyari sa aking buhay.
So nag-surrender mi og nagmalampuson ang among pag-surrender og sa pagkakaron nagpasalamat ko kay President Duterte.
Nagtuloy-tuloy ang aking pag-surrender at ngayon nagpapasalamat ako kay Pangulong Duterte.
Tungod sa iyang programa nga mauang ECLIP.
Nagpapasalamat ako sa kanya at sa kanyang programa na ECLIP.
Tungod kay usa ko ka nakabenepisyo sa ECLIP.
Isa ako sa nakabenepisyo sa ECLIP program.
Ug nakadawat ko og 400,000.
At nakatanggap ako ng 400,000.
Ug sa pagkakaron ang akong pamilya naana sa ako at tanan ang akong mga anak.
Ngayon, kasama ko na ang aking pamilya, lalo na ang aking mga anak.
Og nagpabalay nami og ginahatagan nami og housing.
Binigyan na rin kami ng pabahay mula sa National Housing Authority.
Og salamat kaayo kay President Duterte og ilabi na sa mga kasundaluhan og daghang salamat maayong hapon.
Salamat kay President Duterte at sa Philippine Army.
Maayong hapon sa tanan.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Ako di si Glenn Christian Coco alias Santol.
Ako si Glenn Christian Coco alias Santol.
Ako day usa ko ka dating NPA.
Dati rin akong NPA.
Sa wala pa ko nisulod sa NPA.
Noong hindi pa ako sumama sa NPA.
Dati usa ko ka aktivista.
Ako ay isang aktivista.
Nagrally kami diri sa Manila.
Nagrally kami hanggang dito sa Maynila.
Dadtong August 28, 2017.
noong August 28, 2017.
Kay ang giistorya sa akong commander,
Dahil ang sinabi ng aking commander,
muadto mi sa Manila kay ang among problema ipaabot kay Pangulong Duterte.
kailangan naming pumunta ng Maynila dahil ang aming problema ay maipapaabot na namin kay Pangulong Duterte.
Pag-abot namo dire,
Pagdating namin dito,
natingala lang ko kay giignan ko sa akong kauban
nagtaka ako dahil sinabi ng aking kasama
na sumigaw ka at ang isigaw mo si Duterte pabagsakin. Siyempre sa akin, hindi ako sumigaw kasi maraming tao sa aking nakikita at nakahihiya. Pag uwi namin sa Mindanao, pagkatapos dito nagrarally kami, umuwi kami sa Mindanao. Pag uwi namin sa Mindanao at umuwi na din ako sa aking probinsya, nilapitan ako ng commander ng NPA at sinabihan ako na sumama na ka sa amin kasi maraming pulis at sundalo ang naghahanap sa iyo. Kapag nakikita ka ng sundalo at pulis, papatayin ka nila. Kasi ang ginagawa mo sa Manila, naulit sila.
kasi ang ginagawa mo sa Maynila ay nakakatakot.
O sa ilang giingon, nahadlok ko.
At sa kanilang sinabi, natakot ako,
Niuban ko sa grupo sa NPA.
sumama pa rin ako sa grupong NPA.
O istorya pa nila sa ako nga akong problema sa pamilya dito masulbad o na ako'y pusil dito o dagat na akong amigo.
At sinabi nila sa akin na ang problema sa aking pamilya ay mabibigyang solusyon.
O doon ay sundalo nga akong makita, ipapatay nila sa ako kay kana sila mga tao. Dautan ang among pagtanaw sa ilan na o grabe ilang pagpahimulos susama sa among mga lumad.
At kinailangan ko daw patayin ang mga sundalo dahil sila ay mga salot sa lipunan, lalo na sa aming mga lumad.
O sa akong kadugayon dito sa bukid, nakaramdam ako, naranasan ko na ang hirap ng buhay.
Katagalan ng aking paninirahan sa bukid, nakaramdam ako ng kahirapan sa buhay.
O grabe kakapoy.
At sobrang pagod.
Walay kaon.
Hindi kami nakakain.
Walay saktong pinuyanan.
Walang pabahay.
At sobrang lamig.
At sobrang lamig.
Sa akong kadugayon,
katagalan,
naminyo ko sa bukid.
Nag-asawa ako sa bukid.
O gikasal kami sa Partido Komunista ng Pilipinas.
At kinasal kami sa Partido ng Komunista ng Pilipinas.
Paghaman sa among kasal,
pagkatapos ng aming kasal,
nakauna-una ko nga mulayas na lang sa grupo.
napaisip ako na lumayas na lang sa aming grupo.
Kaya sa kasagaran dito sa mga tao, walay pamilya o way kaugmaon ang ilang pamilya.
Dahil madalas sa aking mga kasama, wala silang pamilya at walang kinabukasan ang kanilang mga pamilya.
Umalis ako noong March 18, 2019. Nidiretso ko sa Philippine Army.
Pumunta ako sa Philippine Army.
Sumuko ako doon sa Philippine Army. Pag suko ko, siyempre, isa akong dating NPA, natatakot ako sa mga army at police. Kaya ang sabi sa amin, pag sumuko kayo ng sundalo at police, papatayin kayo. Yun, takot ako. Sa kadugayon sa akong pagpuyo sa Philippine Army,
Ngunit katagalan sa aking pakikisama sa Philippine Army,
ang giingon sa NPA nga dautan ang sundalo,
ang sinabi ng NPA na salot ang mga sundalo
di tinuod.
ay hindi pala totoo.
Kay ako, usa ka dati NPA, ang ilang pagtanaw sa kuha, usa na ka igsuon.
Dahil ako na mula sa NPA group, ngayon ang tingin nila sa akin ay isang kapatid.
Ipa-eskwela nila ako sa ALS.
Pinag-aral nila ako sa ALS.
Ipasulod ko nila sa Kapgo.
Pinapasok nila ako sa Kapgo.
Itagaan ko nila og Pinoyanan.
Binigyan nila ako ng bahay
at makaon
at pagkain.
O akong pamilya karon, grabe na mas malipayo na kami karon nga naami dire sa bakan sa gobyerno.
Mas masaya na kami ngayon ng aking pamilya na nasa samahan na kami ng gobyerno.
At nakadawat pod ko sa programa gikan sa gobyerno nga ICLIP.
At isa rin ako sa beneficiary ng programa ng gobyerno na ICLIP.
O naapa may produkto sa among mga IPR, negosyo sa among mga IPR nga among gandan og mushroom.
Nagkaroon din kami ng mga produktong mushroom para sa aming mga kapwa FR o former rebels.
Gitabang sa amo sa gobyerno.
At marami pa ang itinulong sa amin ng gobyerno.
O nagpapasalamat ako sa Philippine Army.
Nagpapasalamat ako sa Philippine Army.
At kay Pangulong Duterte kasi kapag hindi na Pangulo si Pangulong Duterte dito sa Pilipinas, paano na kami ang mga Solindres kapag hindi si Duterte ang napangulo dito. Nagpapasalamat kami kay President Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa iyang pinasundayag na ICLIP at kabuhayan namin.
Dahil sa kanyang programang ICLIP, ay nagkaroon kami ng pangkabuhayan.
O marami pa ang tinutulungan niya.
At marami pa ang tinutulungan niya.
Pareha sa mga IPR.
Katulad naming mga former rebels.
O maayong hapon sa tanan.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Magdon mahapon itatibo, iyon ang language namin na Mamanwa tribe. Magandang hapon po sa lahat na nandito. Ako po ay, kung sinong yung nakakilala sa akin, ako po ay si Magdalena Iligan from Surigao del Sur. Ako po ay isang dating NPA. Pero bago ako naging NPA, nag-aral po ako sa TREP at saka sa Alcadib at sa Lugpungan. Ako po ay nagawang sekretary sa aming school na sinasabing SKM, Samahang Kabataang Makabayan. Ako po yung nag-recruit sa mga kabataan para puntahin sa bundok. So, pagkatapos ko sa elementary, naging NPA ako, nag-full-time ako. So, nagsama-sama ako sa kanila, ilang taon, ilang buwan doon. Binigyan ako nila ng misyon na para, sabi nila, may patayin daw ako. Sinasabi nila, iski, silutan o kamatayon. So, yun nga panahon, akala ko hindi, uncle ko yung papatayin ko, yung mission ko. Nagpunta kami doon sa bahay sa uncle ko. So, kinuha namin yung uncle ko, hindi ko nagawa na ipatayin ko yung uncle ko, sila yung pumatay. At buhay pa, binalot ng trapal at nilibing. So, hanggang naglakad ako, yung boses ng uncle ko, narinig ko palagi na humihingi ng tulong. So yung nagsimula na naisip ko na kailangan ko nang bumalik loob sa gobyerno. Pero hindi nila ako pinayagan. Lumipas ng ilang taon doon ako sa bundok. Nadagdagan pa ng uncle ko ng 4 na pinatay nila. So naisipan ko na talaga na kailangan ko nang bumaba at saka marami pang mga elders namin na pinapatay nila na hindi sumanib sa kanila. So, yung 2016, naglakas loob ako na bumaba doon sa brigade, pumunta sa sundalo. So, doon ako nakataka. So, hanggang sabi ni Presidente, yung mga dating NPA ipadala sa Malacanang para itor. So, isa akong napili. 289 kami lahat nakapunta sa Malacanang at tinor kami ni Presidente. So, yung panahon na may ipadala nila doon sa ibang bansa, so napili ako doon. Nagpasalamat ako kang Sir Allen Kapuyan, Dato Makabulig, na ako yung napili na ipadala doon sa ibang bansa para ipaabot ang problema sa mga IP. Hindi lang IP, ang problema sa Pilipinas na pinapatay na yung aming mga elders kasi 1,000 plus na ang pinapatay ng NPA. Kaya tumayo ako at nagsalita sa publiko na para ma-aware lahat yung mga, kahit hindi IP, marami sa UP na mga teacher namin nanggaling sa UP at yung iba pa namatay doon sa bundok, yung teacher namin na nanggaling sa UP. So kaya, may mga hindi lang ako na biktima. Marami kami. Yung si Awing Apuga, anak ni Dato Gibang Apuga, naging child warrior. Kasi 5 years po kinuha na ng NPA. Sila na yung nagpaaral, sila na yung turo. At saka may kasama pa ako na si Asinad Bago na nirape sa kanyang teacher na commander ng NPA. So, yun ang naranasan namin sa bundok. So kaya nagsalita kami. Kung hindi kami magsasalita, sino pa ang magsasalita? O ilang pang buhay ang mabuhis? O ilang pang kinabukasan ng mga kabataang IP ang mawasak? O hindi man kabataang IP, marami sa mga Bisaya, sila yung nagawang teacher namin doon sa bundok. So nagpasalamat ako sa NTF LCAC na programa na binigay ni Presidente kasi isa akong nakatanggap ng beneficiary sa livelihood program. O yung buhay namin na mga dating solindaries parang nabago o nabigyan ng pag-asa. Lalo na si Presidente na yung umupo na binigyan niya ang pagkakataon ang mga IP na makilala sa buong Pilipinas o sa international. O ulit ko, magpasalamat ako kang Dato Makabulig na siya ang dahilan nga nakilala ako sa international. Hindi lang sa Pilipinas, sa US, sa Europe. O nakausap namin yung mga taong mga importante doon sa Belgium, sa UN. So, yun ang parang magic, para lang na naginip ako na posible ako makapunta sa ibang bansa. So, yung sinabi ng mga NPA, na kung dati kang NPA, kung bumaba ka, hindi na mabago yung buhay mo, hindi yung totoo. Isa ako, kabuhing saksi, na kung NPA ka, bigyan ka ni Presidente ng pagkakataon nga magbago ka. So, maraming salamat, Presidente, sa yung binigay sa amin na mga dating NPA. Dahan-dahan na yung problema sa mga IP, parang masolve na, lalo na si Sir Ali na yung nakaupo sa NCIP. So, yun, nagpapasalamat kami, o lalo na sa NSE, si Sir Esperon, sila yung tumulong sa amin. O lalo na yung ibang agency na tumulong sa amin. Hindi ko na nakilala, hindi ko na banggitin. Marami pong salamat. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Glenn, Ms. Genicel, and Ms. Magdalena. Now, the passage of the Bangsamoro Basic Law has raised the hopes for a more peaceful Mindanao. Let us hear updates on this from the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, Assistant Secretary Wilben M. Mayor.
Thank you to all cabinet secretaries and government officials who are still here. BARM Chief Minister Ahod Balawag Ibrahim, sir. To the members of the Diplomatic Corps, other government workers. Magandang hapon po. Good afternoon, everyone. As I was traveling from Ortigas to PICC, a song by John Lennon, which was also a theme from the movie Killing Fields, happened to be played. And its lyrics provides, imagine all the people living in peace. It gives me inspiration and ponder also to a question. Where are we heading in our peace process? And that question will be answered now. On the inauguration speech of the President, on June 30, 2016, he said, and I quote, "My administration is committed to implement all signed peace agreements in step with constitutional and legal reforms I am elated by the expression of unity among our Moro leaders and brothers, and the response of everyone else to my call for peace. On behalf of Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., actually he is the presidential advisor, ma'am. Hindi po ako. Assistant Secretary lang po ako at kanyang Chief of Staff. I am proud to report to you that our golden moments, that 2019 is the golden moments on the Bangsamoro process. We achieved milestone after milestone, which demonstrates the commitment and resolve of the Duterte administration for peace process. Allow me to lead you to the past significant events of 2019. On January 25, 2019, the Bangsamoro Organic Law was ratified. It leads to the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao and the establishment of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. On February 22, 2019, the members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority took an oath of office before the President at the Malacanang Palace. Then the normalization process proceeded in high gear with the signing by the President of Executive Order 79, which led to the creation of the Inter-Cabinet Cluster Mechanism on Normalization, or ICCMN, co-chaired by Cabinet Secretary Carlo Noglares. We would like to thank the leadership of our Cabinet Secretary and his contribution to this is very, very appreciated, sir. Thank you very much. ICCMN is aimed for greater convergence to the delivery of programs and projects for the combatants, their families, and communities. The normalization process is based on the principle of partnership between the national government and BARM to secure peace in providing basic services, capacitation, productivity through sustainable livelihood, employment, access to quality education, and societal transformation through social healing, reconciliation, and unity. We are proud to report that we had exceeded our targets in the decommissioning of MILF combatants and their weapons. From September to December of 2019, 8,879 out of the 12,000 combatants were decommissioned, and 1,542 out of the 2,000 firearms and 617 ammunitions were turned over to the government by the MILF. We have trained 2 batches of the Joint Peace and Security Teams. The graduates will serve as peacekeeping forces to their communities and in the areas where decommissioning is taking place. The decommissioned combatants receive 100,000 pesos immediate cash allotment for socio-economic livelihood, to transition them to a productive civilian. In our camp transformation programs, we have a series of agricultural exposure programs and series of planning sessions to capacitate the MNLF base and front commanders so that they have that essential skills for agribusiness and food production. We are also finalizing the protocols for safe conduct pass, bail, pardon, and amnesty. We have also crafted a draft for the transitional justice and reconciliation component of the normalization track. To cap the significant milestone for the year, we have activated the Intergovernmental Relations Body, and its terms of reference was adopted and carried out. The National IGRB is co-chaired by Secretary Carlos Dominguez of the Department of Finance, and its membership is composed of different cabinet secretaries. OPAP also re-engaged the two factions of MNLF under the founding chair, Norm Miswari and Yusuf Jikiri. And on August 16, 2019, a meeting was held between the OPAP executives and the group of Yusuf Jikiri. And in this gathering, a coordinating committee was created to address the issue on peace, development, and security in the MNLF areas. Subsequently, the same group convened for a two-day cascading planning session in a bid to comply with the remaining commitments of the 1996 final peace agreements. As early as August 23, the President and Chairman Noor has agreed to create a joint peace mechanism. And last December 13, 2019, the President and Chairman Noor officially created the GPH MNLF Coordinating Committee. This is a venue to fast-track the remaining commitments for the final peace agreements, as well as a venue to build partnership to combat violent extremism, especially in Sulu. The President also appointed Chairman Noor as the special economic envoy to the Organization of Islamic Conference. And the President emphasized that the appointment will allow Chairman Noor to foster and maximize good relations with the leaders of the OIC. On our ways forward, we expect a visit from the OIC contingent. This will pave the way to the visit of the Secretary General of the OIC. The OIC will facilitate the harmonization of the Bangsamoro peace agreements and the end view of the implementation of the Bangsamoro Development Assistance Fund and the Tripartite Implementing and Monitoring Committee. In a nutshell, yan po ang pinagkakaabalahan ng OPAP sa nakaraang taon. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow workers in the government, the commitment of our president. He said, and I quote, "At least before I step down, I want to see an enduring peace in Mindanao." Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
First time na yung law na ipinasa was really celebrated by the entire Bangsamoro people.
Allahu Akbar,
We are all supporting the leadership. Ito lang ang alam namin na pag-asa namin na ma-achieve yung tunay na kapayapaan dito. Kumbaga sa ito ang hope lang namin.
So, education ang unang-unang priority namin. Kasi nakikita namin, especially the youth, ay hindi nakapag-aral dahil sa conflict, more than 40 years na conflict, maraming hindi nakapag-aral.
Comfortable na kami sa hindi katulad noon na parang palagi lang kami nag-worried na yung lugar namin, magulo dito, magulo doon. Matagal na namin hinahangad itong pagpirma ng BOL para nasa kapayapaan po kami para yung mga anak namin makapag-aral ng husto dahil yung dati hindi sila makapag-aral dahil sa magulo.
Pangalawa, yung medical services. Nakita namin na kulang masyado. Maraming mga nasa rural areas na hindi talaga maka-avail ng medical services. So ngayon, meron na kaming mga initially mobile clinic, yung vehicle na equipped with the instrument for so pumapasok sa mga rural areas. Sa plano rin namin ay maraming mga medical ma-establish, clinics, hospitals, kasama na doon. Then infrastructure, kasi among the regions, kami ay masyadong huli. And then social services. Nakita namin na maraming basic services na kulang sa mga kuwan. Yun ang first priority namin. Pupunduhan namin especially during 2020, 2021, and 2022. Siguro kung hindi naging presidente si President Duterte, mahirap pa rin na ma-attain. Pero dahil doon sa very consistent talaga na pag-push niya sa implementation ng agreement, so yun ang naging susi para ma-implement ito.
Ndoy kinapas sa Bangsamoro Organic Law niya na madakal naadan opportunity sa upamamaya sa lakyan na makanggalabag atau kamadura no mga tao so galabag kanilan so uyag-uyagilan sa daden gilakilan sa kanu kanggalabag kanu uyag-uyagilan sabab sa niya Bangsamoro Organic Law niya.
So thank you very much, mahal na Pangulo, the Bangsamoro will remember you. Thank you very much.
And to help us understand the situation in Bangsamoro Autonomous and Muslim Mindanao, please welcome Chief Minister Murad Ibrahim.
Ang pag-ahon ng bansa ngayon'y dahil sa'yo, kinikilala kami sa mundo, buong mundo, sa katapangan mo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. My courtesies to the the cabinet members who are still here around, and to those who have been already went ahead, and my co-workers in the government, the foreign diplomats who are also here. I just I just want to, aside from what you have, what was presented here on the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, I just want to give a background of the Bangsamoro struggle, to give light to the audience. Actually, the Bangsamoro struggle dates back more than 50 years ago. It started in about 1968 and 1969. Basically, it is a struggle against injustice and against foreseen exploitation. Dito nagsimula in 1968 and 1969. So, me, I consider myself as both beneficiary and at the same time an implementer of the government's program, since I had been with the struggle since 1968 until the time when we signed the agreement with the Philippine government in March 2014, the final peace agreement. We are now in the government after the signing into law by the President of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which is now allowed the creation of a Bangsamoro autonomous government in Muslim Mindanao, or in short, it is BARM. This is the first government implementing a structure of ministerial and parliamentary form of government, still under the present structure of the government, which is presidential, which is unitary presidential. So I'm humbled by the fact that I, being chairman of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, who heads the negotiation with the government, after the signing into law of the agreement, I was appointed by the President as the first interim Chief Minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao is the first ministerial form of governance in the Bangsamoro homeland. And I am proud to be the first designated Chief Minister in this region. So, unlike the other struggle, the struggle of the Communist Party of the Philippines, the main objective of the Communist Party of the Philippines is to take over the government. While our struggle, the Bangsamoro people, Bangsamoro struggle is basically to have our own government, either an independent government or an autonomous government. So we have struggled for more than 50 years. We have passed so many precedents, and I think, as I have said in the video just presented before, that if not for the President Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte became president, I think it is still very difficult to achieve a law that will translate the agreement and the implementation of the agreement. This was made possible when, starting from the campaign period, Mayor President Duterte have already promised that if he is get elected, he will, as shown in the video, he will implement all agreement, including the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, which we signed with the government of the Philippines. And immediately after he was elected, then he immediately convened a group that crafted the law which became the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This Bangsamoro Organic Law provides for the creation of an autonomous government in southern Philippines. This autonomous government is vested with powers to govern itself, govern the region, and also to have their own, we are allowed to have our own budget out of the block grant provided in the law. The block grant is 5% of the entire collection of the government of the Philippines, the net collection for taxes and custom fees. And it is 5%, and translated this year roughly into about 62 billion pesos. So this is the first time that the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao was able to garner as big budget as this, 65, something like 65 billion, including the Special Development Fund. So we are now we have now formed the government. We have established the ministries. We have 15 ministries. We have also formed the parliament appointed by the president, composed of 80 members and functioning smoothly. And then we are also undertaking several projects in line with the project of the president. As I have mentioned, the priorities we are now is the same with the priority of the president: education, medical and health services, social services, and infrastructure. These are the four major focus we have in the government. So our government is about 10 months old, starting from July 26, when the bill was signed, and we are now in our second year, 2020. So we hope that this agreement with the Philippine government, now it is being participated also by our brothers and sisters in the MNLF. They already joined us in the Bangsamoro government, and we hope to be able to have a stable government that will translate the aspiration of our people for peace, development, and progress in our homeland. So we share the concern of our people and the aspiration of our people, and we are very thankful for the President that we have now a government. It is not an independent government. It is still under the government of the Philippines. And although we have a different structure, but it's still under the supervision of the President of the Philippines. So we are hoping that with this arrangement, we will be able to advance the aspiration of our people for peace, development, and progress in the Bangsamoro homeland. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Chief Minister Ibrahim. President Rodrigo Duterte has also set his focus on attaining a drug-free nation. Now, despite criticisms, the campaign against illegal drugs continues to gain achievements, one of which is significantly lowering the crime rate of the country. Proof of the successes of the campaign will be brought to us today by the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA, with Director Derek Arnold Carrion.
Honorable members of the Cabinet, sirs, Chief Minister Ibrahim, sir, other officials, fellow workers in government, good afternoon, everyone, of course, to our members of the Diplomatic Corps as well. I am honored to present the accomplishments of the Philippine Anti-Drug Campaign under President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on behalf of Director General Aaron N. Aquino, who is also the chairman of the Interagency Committee on Anti-Illegal Drugs. From July 1, 2016 to November 30 of 2019, as shown on screen, a total of 151,601 anti-illegal drug operations were conducted by the PDEA and other law enforcement agencies. This led to the arrest of 220,728 drug personalities. During this period, a total of 40.39 billion pesos worth of illegal drugs and controlled precursors and essential chemicals, or CPECs, were also confiscated. Out of this number, 31.25 billion pesos are methamphetamine hydrochloride, or shabu, which is the #1 drug of choice in the Philippine drug scenario. The period also saw the dismantling of 14 clandestine shabu laboratories and 419 drug dens, and the arrest of 726 elected officials, uniformed personnel, and government workers who were involved in illegal drug activities. Out of the arrested 220,728 drug personalities, 8,185 are high-value targets. In addition, 2,799 children who were involved in illegal drug activities have been rescued. Out of the 42,075 barangays nationwide, 16,706 drug-affected barangays have been cleared as of November 30, 2009. From January 1, 2018 to November 30, 2019, a total of 485,295 drug surrenderers have attended and completed drug recovery and reformation programs. PDEA has adopted a three-pronged strategy in the war against illegal drugs. These are supply reduction, demand reduction, and harm reduction. Supply reduction aims to take away the illegal drugs from the people through the conduct of anti-drug operations and the arrest of drug personalities. For this strategy, PDEA, the Philippine National Police, and other law enforcement agencies focus on conducting high-impact operations and arresting high-value targets. To keep people away from illegal drugs, PIDEA undertakes demand reduction through the conduct of advocacy campaign activities that stir drug awareness of the public through lectures, seminars, conferences, and film showings. PIDEA introduced harm reduction strategy to mitigate the negative effects of drug abuse. This approach prevents further distress and harm to the users and provides them with positive opportunities. To summarize major supply reduction accomplishments, may we invite your attention to the following. 273.38 kilograms of shabu worth 1.8 billion pesos were confiscated in Tanza, Cavite on February 3, 2019. 33 kilograms of shabu worth 224 million pesos were seized in Dasmariñas, Cavite on February 13, 2019. 111 kilograms of shabu worth 755 million pesos were seized in Alabang, Muntinlupa City on March 19, 2019. 276 kilograms of shabu worth 1.8 billion pesos were seized at the Manila International Container Port on March 22, 2019. 147 kilograms of shabu worth 1 billion pesos were seized in Malabon City on May 23, 2019. 87.8 kilograms of shabu worth 597 million pesos confiscated in Gandara, Samar on October 17, 2019. 370 kilograms of shabu worth 2.5 billion pesos confiscated in Makati City on November 26, 2019. 67 kilograms of shabu worth 455 million pesos were seized in Las Piñas City on November 30, 2019. 3.961 kilograms of shabu confiscated inside a clandestine laboratory in Santo Cristo, Quezon City on December 3, 2019. 117 kilograms of shabu worth 800 million pesos on the eve of Christmas 2019. This was on December 24. And 9.5 kilograms of shabu worth 64.6 million pesos confiscated in Barangay Pasita, San Pedro, Laguna on December 30, 2019. For demand reduction, in the field of preventive education and advocacy campaigns, a total of 277,973 anti-drug lectures, seminars, symposia, guest speakership, film showings, photo exhibits, campus tours were held by PIDEA and other law enforcement agencies throughout the country from July 1, 2016 to December 31 of 2019. As a result, over 309 million audiences were reached by the preventive education and community involvement and multimedia activities. On March 22 to 24, 2019, we conducted the first National Youth Anti-Drug Advocates Camp in Jose Catalino Senior Elementary School, Barangay Lagao, General Santos City. The activity aimed to involve the youth and equip them with life and survival skills and to imbue in them the strong leadership roles in the anti-drug campaign in their respective communities. As the lead agency against illegal drugs, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, in tandem with other government agencies and, of course, the transport sector, ensured that it is involved in everything that is concerned with illegal drugs, and this also includes our counterparts from the Kapisanan ng mga Broadcasters ng Pilipinas. We have spearheaded the banning of AMATs, whose lyrics maliciously promote the use of marijuana in collaboration with other concerned agencies. We cause a prohibition of this song in all forms of mass media. For harm reduction, launched in April 2018, Balay Silangan Reformation Program is continuously implemented nationwide. The program is implemented to rehabilitate drug offenders and reintegrate them to their families and become productive members once again of society. This is in contrast with the community-based rehabilitation programs which caters to drug users. Balay Silangan targets mainly drug offenders who were enticed to join the illegal drug industry for lack of any other gainful means of livelihood. This aims to retool their mindset and to show them that there is life beyond the illegal drug trade. As of December 31, 2019, 92 Balay Silangan Reformation Centers were inaugurated nationwide. These have catered to 1,689 clients, 1,144 of whom have graduated and 68 have been employed. Sagip Batang Solvent, or PSBS, is the first project intended to rescue and integrate minors involved in solvent use and to bring them back to society. PIDEA believes that these children, who are the country's future, shall be saved from activities that are detrimental to their well-being. The project provides holistic programs and services to rescued minors that are housed in the PSBS Reformation Centers. Presently, 82 children who were hooked in solvent sniffing were rescued from the streets. On October 23, 2019 and December 9, 2019, moving up ceremonies were conducted for 57 children who have completed the first level of the Reformation program. PIDEA's contribution to keep the roads safer for the communities was made tangible through the implementation of Oplan on the Spot, Holy Week, and Harabas. Harabas 1 and 2, wherein surprise mandatory drug tests were conducted to drivers and helpers of the public utility vehicles in their terminals nationwide. 23,949 drivers, conductors, and helpers underwent the mandatory drug tests. After confirmatory tests, 257 drivers were tested positive for illegal drug use. Their licenses were suspended until they complete the appropriate intervention programs required of them. Aligned with President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's vision of a drug-cleared country by 2022. Intensified the implementation of the Barangay Drug Clearing Program, and as of December 31, 2019, we have now recovered 17,816 drug-affected barangays upon the completion of the requirements set forth by Dangerous Drugs Board Regulation Number 3, Series of 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the naysayers, we are freeing every barangay from illegal drugs. We are turning citizens to become resilient and resistant in the face of drug abuse. We are transforming the negative impacts into positive opportunities for drug offenders. We are winning the war on illegal drugs. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Director Carion. Thank you, sir. Now, to share his journey on his fight against illegal drugs, we will welcome, after this video, Mark Jansen Paulino.
Hi, kami nga po pala ang 12 Steps Recoveries. So, ginawa po namin yung kantang to is because we are inspired kung ano pong meron sa amin yun. This is Sir Jansen. We are both recoveries. Ang motive ng kanta na ginawa namin is kung paano kami nagsimula from addiction, paano sinira yung buhay namin. From that moment of time kung paano kami bumangon, paano kami nag-rehab, na meron pa ng buhay na maganda after recovery. Sana maging aral with Sir Jansen and me, na kami po yung mga recoveries, na maging aral sa inyo yung ginawa naming kanta at sana po yung maging inspirasyon.
lahat ng gusto ko pwede kong magawa pagdating doon sa Shabu. Wala akong mali na nakikita. Hindi ko na malaya na nagustuhan ko na pala.
Ang ng sarili at kumapit ka lang, umahon kang muli at ipagpatuloy mo lang.
Nag-decide po ako na i-rehab, iparehab niyo po ako. Dahan-dahan, unti-unti ko pong na-realize yung sarili ko na talagang siguro ito na yung time na kailangan ko na magbago. No, araw-araw kasi iniisip ko yun. Ayaw ko nang balikan yung ulit. Ayaw ko nang balikan yung dati. Gusto ko nang magbago.
Buhon mo ang iyong pandinig sa bulong ng mga taong takot na lumabang sa dilim. Iwaksin iyong pakiramdam sa mapanlilang na awit ng
Dito siguro pagsubok ng Panginoon to, kailangan ko itong tanggapin. Kailangan ko itong harapin. Kasi alam ko namang walang pagsubok na ibibigay sa atin kung hindi mo kaya.
at lumapit ka lang, umahon kang muli at ipagpatuloy mo lang.
Kung kaya niya, kaya ko din.
Patuloy lang ang paglaban, huwag na huwag mong susubukan, dahil kaibigan, ikaw ang may hawak ng iyong, may hawak ng ikaw ang may hawak ng iyong, ikaw ang may hawak ng iyong. Kapalaran, 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 kapalaran. Buksan mo ang iyong mga mata.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. To all cabinet members, ambassadors, and co-beneficiaries. In our dialect, maradyaw na hapon sa inyo tanan. Sa Tagalog, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Sa English, good afternoon, everybody. Ako po si Mark Jansen Paulino, 41 years old. May tatlong anak, asawa, mula sa isla ng Siargao, from Mindanao. Lumaki po ako sa kalinga ng aking lolo at lola. Isang taong gulang pa lang po ako ay natikman ko na po ang bisyo. Produkto po ako ng isang tinatawag nating broken family. Ako po ay tipikal na tinatawag nila laki sa layaw. Dahil sa kagustuhan ng aking lolo't lola na punan ang pagkukulang ng aking mga magulang, high school pa po ako nang nauna kong natutunan ang bisyo. Mula sa alak, sigarilyo, at halos lahat ng drugs ay natikman ko. Naging marupok ako sa aking kabataan. Sa udyok ng barkada, sa pangungulila ng tunay kong magulang, at sa sobrang kabaitan ng aking lolo't lola, agad akong natutong magbisyo. Akala ko ay kaya kong kontrolin at labanan. Hindi na ako nakukontento sa binigay sa aking pera, naging malaki ang pangangailangan ko para matustusan ang bisyo ko ay humantong ako sa pangungupit ng pera, gamit sa bahay, pagsangla ng ari-arian, at pagtutulak. Unti-unti kong nilamon ang sistema at hindi ko namalayan na sangkot ako sa isang malaking sindikato ng droga. Sa loob ng 20 years, droga, droga, droga palagi po ang nasa isip ko. Ilang beses na akong tinangka ng pamilya ko na ilipat-lipat ng ibang lugar para magsimula muli. Pero hindi nakayanan itigil ang adiksyon ko sa drugs. Kahit nagkaroon ako ng pamilya, naging makasarili pa ako at paulit-ulit akong bumabalik sa bisyo. Maraming buhay akong sinira dahil sa pagtutulak. At unti-unti ko na rin sinira ang relasyon ko sa mga mahal ko sa buhay. Hanggang dumating ang huli, dumating ang panahon na akala ko ay nasisiraan ako ng bait. Naging nakakaiba ang mga kilos ko. At may mga boses akong naririnig. Yung tinatawag nating bulong na sinasabing, papatayin kita. Noon ay nakaramdam ako ng pagkatakot na mapahamak ang pamilya ko sa mga gulong sinasagutan ko sa droga. Kaya't naging desisyon ko kaming mag-asawa na pumasok ako sa rehab kung saan pinakamalayong rehab sa Pilipinas. Huwag sa malapit kasi maraming barkada. Mula Mindanao ay napunta ako sa Bataan Treatment and Rehabilitation Center sa tulong ng isang kamag-anak. Ang akala ko, ang rehab ay para sa mga taong walang sariling pag-iisip. Mga taong panapon, kagaya ko. Ang akala ko, ang rehab ay magsisilbing pahingahan, kain at tulugan ko lamang. Pero nagkamali ako. Ang rehab pala ay lugar na kung saan tinutulungan kang magbago. Isang komunidad na tinatawag nating family, isang tunay na tahanan na kung saan tinuturuan ka kung paano makilala mo ang tunay mong pagkatao at mga lakas mo at kahinaan mo. Isang tahanan na saan nawasak na relasyon mo ng pamilya mo ay unti-unti nilang ibuo muli. Sa programa ng rehab ay natutunan kong hindi lang kilalanin ng sarili ko, kundi pahalagahan din dahil may responsibilidad ako sa pamilya ko at sa komunidad ko. Hindi naging madali. Nakaisip din akong sumuko dahil hindi ako sanay sumunod sa mga rules at sa mga taong nakapaligid sa akin. Pero natutunan kong meron nga palang regulasyon. May mga batas, may otoridad, may mga bagay na kaligtaan kong kilalanin at higit sa lahat, pananampalataya na dati tinalikuran ko. Tinulungan ako ng staff ng rehab, ng Bataan Treatment at Rehabilitation Center, sa mga support groups namin, sa mga residenteng katulad ko, na muling bumangon. Pagkatapos ng programa ko, ay nag-volunteer po ako ng trabaho sa rehab. Inilipat ang buo kong pamilya galing Siargao to Bataan. Ang tiwala nila ay naibalik ko rin. Unti-unting natupad ang mga pangarap namin at ngayon may convenient at tahimik na pamumuhay. Maraming salamat sa napakagandang programa ng gobyerno. Maraming salamat sa pangalawang pagkakataon na akala ko ay imposible. Tunay po, ang adiksyon ay nagagamot. Pinagmamalaki ko po sa inyong lahat. Ako ngayon ay isang permanenteng kawani ng gobyerno ng Department of Health, Treatment and Rehabilitation Center. Bilang house parent at kasalukuyan tumutulong sa mahigit 700 outpatient client sa journey nila tungo sa pagbabago. Bukod sa taos-pusong pasasalamat kay Presidente Duterte, gusto ko po ring magpasalamatan ang Department of Health sa panganguna ni Secretary Duque na napakagandang programa para sa tulad kong naligaw ng landas sa probinsya ng Bataan, sa pagkupkup sa akin na naging pangalawang tahanan sa Treatment at Rehabilitation Center headed by Dr. Alice and Dr. Joel De Leon, at lalo na sa taong sumundo sa akin sa airport, si Dr. Leonita Gorgolon, sa pagdala nila sa akin sa rehab. Bilang pasasalamat na itulong sa akin ng gobyerno, ako ay nag-compose ng isang kanta na ginagamit namin sa kampanyan namin laban sa droga. At sa aking pagtatapos, nais ko pong pasalamatan ang isang tao na hindi bumitiw at naniniwala kung magbago. Naniniwala na kaya kong magbago. Na ang aking asawa na si Arceline. Salamat, my love. Muli, ako po si Mark Jansen Paulino, 41 years old, isang recovering drug dependent. Salamat po.
Thank you so much for that wonderful testimony, Mr. Mark Jansen Paulino. Now, from Peace and Order, we're moving on to our last topic, environmental protection. But before we do that, may I invite you to please check out the Facebook page, Duterte Legacy, for the highlights from today's occasion. And you may use the hashtag Duterte Vision 2020 and Duterte Legacy, hashtag Duterte Legacy, if you would like to share your photos and stories from today. Now, the efforts to rehabilitate Boracay Island and revive Manila Bay gained much support from both public and private institutions. Let's learn more about the government initiatives for protecting and preserving our environment from Department of Environmental and Natural Resources Undersecretary Benny T. Antiporda.
Sa paglipas ng taon,
lamang ako rin sa nauna, mas marami akong pala. Wala, si Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexi Nograles, sir. PCOO Secretary Martin Andanar. Secretary Hermogenes Esperon Jr., National Security Advisor. Chairperson Prospero De Vera, Commission on Higher Education. Chief Minister Murad Ibrahim, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., sir. Presidential Advisor on Peace Process. Fellow public servants, my brothers and sisters from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my honor to deliver the DNR Duterte Legacy in behalf of our Secretary Roy A. Cimatu. The year 2019 has been a good year insofar as the accomplishment for the conservation and protection of the environment and natural resources is concerned. The sustained environmental governance was clearly at work in various programs that Department of Environment and Natural Resources has implemented. And nothing is more evident than the Boracay and Manila Bay projects. As it is well documented, our efforts in Boracay were focused and relentless. We are proud to say that we have accomplished our mandate, oblivious to criticisms from various sectors. By leading the cleanup and restoration of Boracay, we have earned so many enemies and hurdled countless opposition, but more importantly, we have gained more friends. Despite the odds, we have successfully regained Boracay as an island paradise. In just 6 months, after it was closed down to tourism activities, the teamwork was very evident in the Boracay Interagency Task Force that addressed several critical environmental issues, such as poor water quality, carrying capacity, solid waste disposal, illegal structures within the forest land, 25+5 meters easement, poor drainage system, traffic congestions, and non-compliance to environmental laws. As uncompromising as we are in Boracay, we are as steadfast in the rehabilitation and cleanup of Manila Bay. Barely a year after the launch of the battle for Manila Bay, our efforts have already gained traction in the following areas: water quality improvement, solid waste management improvement, informal settlers resettlement, and sustained information and education campaign. For the water quality improvement, we regularly monitor water quality in bathing beaches, river mouths, and outfalls. We have also set up additional water quality monitoring stations in Metro Manila, inspected commercial establishments for the quality of the effluents they discharge, resulting to the issuance of the cease and desist orders and notice of violations. The Department of Tourism has likewise conducted monitoring of DOT-accredited establishments to ensure that they are compliant. In cleaning the waterways, the DNR mobilized volunteers in collecting solid waste in partnership with the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority and in the dredging activity with the Department of Public Works and Highways. The DNR was able to relocate a number of informal settler families along Estero de San Antonio de Abad and Esteros de Magdalena. These esteros have been tagged as priority waterways after being found to be the most polluted esteros draining into the bay. The relocation of ISFs resulted in the clearing of these two important waterways. We have hired estero rangers to sustain the efforts to clean the esteros. These estero rangers are designated as our environmental enforcers whose main functions are to police people from throwing their waste in esteros and assist in the collection of garbage in areas that are not reachable by garbage trucks. The DNR has been intensifying its information, education, and communication campaign to heighten awareness and solicit support from the people. We have conducted lectures, consultations, and events. We have also produced various video and print materials to support our advocacy campaign. The following video presentation showcases DNR's accomplishment in Boracay and initial efforts in Manila Bay.
Located 310 kilometers off Manila is Boracay Island, one of the world's famous tourist destinations. On February 8, 2018, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte tagged the area as a cesspool, directing DENR to clean up and rehabilitate Boracay.
Boracay is a cesspool. It's destroying the environment of the Republic of the Philippines and creating a disaster coming.
On May 8, 2018, Executive Order Number 53 was issued creating the Boracay Interagency Task Force, BIATF, who will spearhead the rehabilitation activities. On April 26, 2018, rehabilitation officially started with the following activities: demolition of illegal structures within the 25+5 meters easement in White Beach and Puka Beach, road clearing and widening to decongest traffic, demolition of hangover structures along the roads in compliance with the 12-meter road easement, excavation of buried pipes. As part of the recovery of the wetlands, demolition of illegal structures was also initiated. The government partnered with the private sector to rehabilitate the wetlands within Boracay. Part of the rehabilitation efforts is to ensure that the quality of water is within water quality standards. Thus, the DENR Environmental Management Bureau conducted daily water quality monitoring. The DENR also required all hotels or resorts within 50 rooms and above to have their own sewerage treatment plant, or STP, and clustered STPs for 49 rooms and below. After 6 months of non-stop and rigorous rehabilitation activities, Boracay Island reopened for tourism on October 26, 2018. Since the reopening of the island, carrying capacity of the island was strictly observed. As we approach the second year of the rehabilitation, the Boracay Interagency Task Force commits to sustain the gains and continue on with the efforts. After the success in Boracay, DENR was given another challenge, the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. After a decade of government interventions since the issuance of mandamus, deterioration of the bay's water quality continued. Alarmed over the degradation of the bay, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte ordered Secretary Roy A. Simatu of the DENR and Secretary Eduardo M. Año of the DILG to clean up Manila Bay.
Kaya sabi ko kay Roy Simato, Jan Simato, pati si Jan Año, you start cleaning the Manila Bay. And it will be, they will start to clean it.
The DENR, together with Secretary Año, Tourism Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, and other mandamus agencies members, immediately convened all stakeholders to discuss the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. On January 27, 2019, the DENR led the launch of the Battle for Manila Bay, giving the green light for its rehabilitation. Immediately after the launch, the DENR and Laguna Lake Development Authority closed down airing establishments within the bay, which were found violating Republic Act 9275 Clean Water Act of 2004. Believing that local executives shall be the frontliners in cleaning up esteros that drain into Manila Bay, the DENR conducted dialogue with barangay chairpersons. This is also in preparation for the massive cleanup. On March 31, 2019, the Battle for Rivers and Esteros was launched with more than 16,000 people participating in the cleanup drives. The DENR continues to tirelessly work in the following areas. About 33% of the target 40,000 establishments were inspected as of November 28, 2019. Regular water quality monitoring in 18 selected river mouths and outfalls and 31 bathing beaches in National Capital Region. Region 3 and Region 4A is being conducted. Following the bay's rehabilitation in January, the coliform level in Agwawan Beach in Mariveles, Bataan significantly went down to 8 from 790 mpn, prompting the DENR to declare it swimmable on April 9, 2019. From January to November 2019, combined DENR, LGUs, and Metro Manila Development Authority or MMDA cleanup drives collected 127,800 cubic meters of garbage, while Department of Public Works and Highways or DPWH dredging activities generated 40,000 cubic meters of silt and debris. The DENR also launched the skimmers in Pasig River and ordered the removal of barges on the river. Delineation and demarcation of easement has started in 32 waterways in 3 regions. Survey and assessment of informal settler families living along waterways recorded 56,012 ISFs. 259 informal settler families from Estero de San Antonio de Abad and Estero de Magdalena were relocated in Caloocan City and Cavite City. The DENR also hired 1,142 Estero Rangers to help out in the cleanup of esteros and collection of garbage from households along rivers and esteros. The DENR and its employees were directed to go out of their offices to help in the cleanup of esteros, as well as conduct information, education, and communication campaign to heighten awareness and encourage participation in the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. With all these initiatives, the DENR, together with other members of the Manila Bay Task Force, is confident the Manila Bay will soon regain its former glory.
Thank you. Looking at the data and comparing targets against accomplishment, we can say that the Department of Environment and Natural Resources did well. Medyo self-serving po, pero the video speaks for itself. But what is better is that whatever is good for the DNR means good for the whole country. Indeed, the accomplishments in 2019 are for the benefit of all the Filipinos, whom we are sworn to provide with a clean and healthy environment. For the year 2020, the DNR will make sure that the gains in Boracay will be sustained. By vigorously pursuing its rehabilitation plan up to the end, there shall be no let-up. Together with the Boracay Interagency Task Force, we will continue to monitor the water quality in all beaches in the island, wind up the construction of roads to decongest the area. We will continue the implementation of carrying capacity and impose proper solid waste management by capacitating the local government unit. Most importantly, we will strengthen environmental law enforcement and monitor compliance of establishments. For the Manila Bay cleanup, the DENR will continue what it has started. What we cannot see in the eyes, we can smell. All we can say that in this administration, to smell is to believe. We know before that the bad smell in Manila Bay, the fecal coliform level at Raha Sulaiman in January 2019 was 35 million, most probable number. Per 100 milliliter as of December 2019, it has only 30.4 million. But with the activation of the newly installed sewage treatment plant in the Baywalk area this January 2020, we can expect and we can promise you that you will see or you will smell a drastic change in the condition of Manila Bay. We still have a long way to go to reach the 100 MPN SB quality of water. Again, 100 most probable number that is considered safe for bathing and skin diving. We are proud to say that in Region 3, particularly the Aguawan Beach of Maribeles, Bataan, has a water quality of 50 most probable number per 100 milliliter. In Region 4A, the Laroy Beach of Ternate, Cavite has a water quality of 79 most probable number per 100 milliliter. It only means that the said areas are now swimmable. The numbers show that we will get there. We will be able to bring back Manila Bay to its former glory. We maintain our belief that protecting the environment is not exclusive to the DNR. It is a shared responsibility with every Filipino. As everyone is part and parcel of the problem, it is incumbent upon all of us to be part of the solution. Let it be known that the main objective of the Duterte administration is not only to clean the rivers and waterways, but it is to clean and change the culture of the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po.
Sobrang shock ako. May port, crowded, ang daming structures, Parang hindi ito yung nakita ko na Boracay before.
Very successful island, yet medyo yung poverty medyo mataas. And nakikita mo yun sa mga bahay, the way they live and the choices that they make.
Mahirap yung 3 kilometers lang yung isla tapos walang mga proper infrastructures na kung saan environmentally sustain yung isla.
Pero nung time na nagsara, all eyes on us.
We thought it would give us a hard time, no? And then, suddenly, marami pong government agency na bumaba dito. Marami po sila na naghanap ng mga organizations like ours para tulungan, no? Para bigyan ng assistance from the government. So I would say that the closure really did us very good blessings.
Yung katulad namin mga displaced workers, binigyan kami ng listahan kung anong gusto namin na training program na pwede naming i-take advantage. Kung marunong ka, may paraan. May mga taong tutulong at saka ahensya ng gobyerno na pwedeng tumulong sa'yo para makaangat ka.
We wish for our government to continue helping us and we can make a good significance and success will always follow.
Kaya natin makipagsabayan with other countries. Ilang beses nang nahil ang Boracay as the best island in the world. Nirehabilitate siya, hinayo siya. Mas maganda pa siya kaysa noon. Mas maayos siya kaysa noon.
Well, without a doubt, Boracay is very special to many of us. I think all of us feel that it's, it's something that we have memories of. And now we're going to hear firsthand from someone who lives and works in Boracay. Let's hear her story, Miss Desiree Segovia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure those who are not here miss this story, no, of Boracay. We started in 2013, no? How we turned the desperate times, how desperate times pala, like the Boracay closure and the typhoons, turned into opportunities for us, a community group, a women's community group in Boracay. In 2013, it all started with a mission, no? We saw the poverty was very high and mostly medyo machismo yung macho yung society. So the women and the children are at a disadvantage sa ganitong situation. Ngayon, we wanted to advocate, no? Because our main problem was the health issues ng mga kababaihan doon and medyo majority of the people and the children, and also the environment, very, very abusive and irresponsible sa part ng mga citizens. And of course, there's a lot, sabi nga ni Yusek, there's a lot of things we need to do for culture change. So medyo, in terms of culture, medyo masyado ng commercial, no, yung mga tao dun sa Boracay. When I arrived, 2013, I was a technocrat before I arrived in Boracay. Then I became a social development worker, sustaining this cooperative that we started in 2013. And now we are just trying to meet our goal of sharing our experiences, our knowledge, technologies, and somehow, because we belong to the #1 island in the world, I would say, we would like to be a model for significance, empowerment, and sustainability. The first that really helped us, because Duterte made the pronouncement of inclusive growth, was Ms. Sharon Tan, and Ed Cabangon, who are my good friends. And Ed gave us this opportunity to be featured sa kanyang Business Mirror, and Ms. Sharon Tan helped us out with PAGCOR. There's a lot of requirement pala if we needed a seed capital sa PAGCOR, but we were able to meet those requirements. So this is how we started. We started to have a mission, and then we advocated for Organic Boracay. We wanted Organic Boracay to be a tourism promotion program of Boracay, but it's a long shot, for us. But still, we are trying until now. So from 32, when PAGCOR gave us a seed capital, we have about 32 members who also believes in what we believe. From 32, we rose to 60 ladies. And then, year 2018, again, our president announced of a cesspool, agricultural land, government-owned. It will be closed and under agrarian reform and land reform. So sounding very pro-people to us na we will have the opportunity now because we are growing as a cooperative, we are growing as an organization. So all of this started when we started to write the government agencies about our Boracay Women Producers Cooperative and about our products. Our products, which are all culture food products of Boracay and environment-friendly products, especially our soap shampoo. And now, there was the closure. We didn't know that we were able to rent out from the money of PAGCOR. We were able to rent out a 300 square meter property, and we didn't know it was in violation because it is pala a forest land. It's situated in a forest land and a no-build zone, and our community mart is in violation of the 25+5 or the road widening. So marami, canceled POs. Ang dami lang nangyari during the closure. So we thought it was going to be hard. Now, Department of Agriculture came, helped us out. Department of DTI, personal visit mismo of our Secretary Ramon Lopez and these regional directors, and gave us a future plan pa. Same thing with the DA. A future plan, marami po silang projects sa amin. Also with the Department of Labor and Labor and Employment, marami na po sila ngayong nakita nila, inassess nila kami, vinalidate nila kami, and they think our group is deserving of their funds, and our group was deserving of their services. So ito po yung mga DOST. We have our Gumamela products, which this is our soap shampoo especially, that this is environment friendly. We're just using whatever it is na nandyan sa paligid namin na materials, na raw mats, yan lang po ang ginagamit namin sa aming mga produkto. We don't buy sa labas. Now, yung legacy, we do not know how we did it, but we were able to do all of these things for our members. We're able to have a labor force of 13 katao na pinapasweldohan namin. And then we were able to give medical assistance, fire assistance, character loans. Marami po kami, yung hindi makakabayad ng shared capital, nag-o-offer kami ng co-op duty since meron naman po assistance yung government sa amin and hindi sila makakabayad. We require them to undergo co-op duty for share capital, and kung wala po silang bigas, since we have our community mart, pwede po sila mag-co-op duty. Ang co-op duty namin ay 40 pesos per hour. Meron po kami emergency loan, mga burial assistance, may mga GSIS insurance. Everything po nabigay namin ngayon sa aming mga members. Ang membership namin rose, From 5 kami, naging 72. Nung nagkaroon na kami ng mga support sa government, tumataas ng tumataas. Ngayon, 2019, naging 138 kami. Sa 2020, magkakaroon na kami, ang tinatarget namin is about 200 members. So really requesting our government to please continue to support us because lahat po ng suporta na binibigay nyo, bumababa po yan sa mga members namin. Isa po ito sa mga gusto na namin i-offer by 2020, yung social benefits, yung mga kababaihan. Mostly po dyan, wala po yung mga ID, wala pong SSS, wala pong pag-ibig, wala pong mga insurance. So, ito pong i-offer namin. No? On top of their loans and financial assistance, patronage refunds, dividends. Now, from our vulnerabilities, from our mission to our advocacies, to our capacities, identities namin through our products, our livelihood development and enterprise building. Ang aming, ngayon, ang aming lugar ay devastated by Typhoon Ursula, but we need to have grit. We have to flex and we have to focus on our growth and goals. And what's next for BWPC moving forward? Sir, DNR, Sir Dar? Sir, I hope you can give us a bigger area where we can be where we can achieve our goal of significance, empowerment, and sustainability as a community. Thank you po.
There we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, 13 stories from among the millions and millions of Filipinos whose lives are changing. Well, we hope that these stories have somehow touched you and inspire you to continue supporting government programs as it pushes for a more inclusive development. And to formally close our event, please welcome Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexei Nograles.
Thank you, Daphne. We have come to the final part of the program. Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, fellow members in the Cabinet, fellow workers in government, to our various beneficiaries, members of the media, friends, ladies and gentlemen, mayong hapon kanatong tanan. Maraming salamat sa Presidential Communications Operations Office at kay Secretary Martin Andanar para sa matagumpay na paglulunsad ng Duterte Legacy Campaign. Isa pong malaking karangalan makasama kayong lahat sa pagtitipong ito. Sa lahat ng mga benepisyaryo na nagtungo pa dito sa Maynila mula sa inyong mga lalawigan upang ibahagi ang inyong nakapupukaw at magagandang kwento, maraming salamat po. Marami kayong napaiyak sa inyong mga kwento ng tagumpay. Kayo ang mga buhay na saksi na kayang isabuhay ang tunay na pagbabago sa ating bansa. Na kayang iparamdam at ipakita sa marami nating mga kababayan ang pagbabagong ito, na tunay ngang nabago ang ating pamumuhay. Sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno, mga kagawaran at mga tanggapan nagpapatupad ng iba't ibang programa upang maisakatuparan ang mga pamanang maiiwan ng kasalukuyang administrasyon, tanggapin po ninyo ang aming taus-pusong pasasalamat. Huwag muna tayong magpahinga sa ating nasimulan, dahil napakarami pa tayong makakamit sa pamamagitan ng ating whole of government at whole of nation approach. Sa lahat ng narito ngayon, sa mga dumalong katuwang sa pagbabago, sa ngalan ng PCOO at ng Office of the President, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, legacy means to bequeath, a gift handed down from one generation to the next. Ibig pong sabihin, pamana. The question we seek to answer today is, what is President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's legacy? Ano nga ba ang kanyang pamana sa sambayanang Pilipino? In his inaugural address on June 30, 2016, the President said, and I quote, "Malasakit, tunay na pagbabago, tinud-anay nga kausaban, tinud-anay nga kabag-uhan, mao kana ang tumong sa atong panggobyerno. Love of country, subordination of personal interests to the common good, concern and care for the helpless and the impoverished. These are among the lost and faded values that we seek to recover and revitalize as we commence our journey towards a better Philippines. End of quote. Mga kaibigan, ang ating Pangulo, 10 ng kanyang gabinete ay puspusang nagtatrabaho simula sa unang araw pa lamang upang maisakatuparan ang tunay na pagbabago na nakaangkla sa ating inclusive growth agenda upang ating masiguro na wala ni isa man sa ating mga kababayan ang mapag-iwanan. In October of 2016, the President signed Executive Order Number 5, his 25-year long-term vision entitled Ambisyon Natin 2040, our template for development for our country. A future where every Filipino enjoys a matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay in keeping with his promise of malasakit pagbabago at patuloy na pag-unlad. The stories we heard this morning are just but a few of the stories we want to be retold. They attest to the sustained growth that this administration has been working incessantly on to create more jobs, to draw the majority of our people into the economic and social mainstream, and to continuously work towards eradicating hunger and poverty in our lifetime. Highlighted today are just some of the landmark achievements of the President towards a better Philippines in the areas of economic growth, poverty alleviation, social services, health, infrastructure, and peace and order. Our economy, under President Duterte, continues to do well in terms of economic growth and stability. The passage and implementation of difficult economic reforms have earned the country's sovereign credit a BBB+ rating upgrade from Standard & Poor's, and we are well on our way to A rating. Under this administration, the ordinary Filipino has shared in economic growth, with surveys showing a lower number of people identifying themselves as poor. Unemployment rates continue to fall. The quality of jobs are improving. A number of social programs have increased households' disposable incomes. These include, among others, free college tuition, higher pensions, conditional cash transfers, and the universal health care. The country is experiencing an infrastructure boom unseen in the last 4 decades through the Build, Build, Build program that seeks to transform the country's landscape across the archipelago, enhancing the country's mobility, connectivity, and accessibility. Implementation is underway for reform measures which include the game-changing reform 3 decades in the making that has substantially brought down rice prices, as well as the Anti-Red Tape Law or the Ease of Doing Business Act, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinos Act, the National ID, and of course, the Bangsamoro Basic Organic Law. These are just a few of the pro-people policies never before advanced. In the remaining 2.5 years of his term, we continue to work harder so that more poor Filipinos are lifted out of poverty. The President's legacy will be defined in terms of how much better people's lives have become and how much government services are supporting the people to ensure that they will never be poor again. What he will leave to the next generation and to the next leadership is the gift of answered prayers and fulfilled hopes, providing the people what truly matter to them, reform programs and policies, and trust and confidence in the capacity and ability of their government to make their lives better, to make their lives safer, to make their lives healthier. But inasmuch as we are happy with what we have all achieved, the continuing challenge and the more difficult one is ensuring that these gains are sustained beyond his term. It is imperative that we leave a strong foundation for a government that will institutionalize true reform responsive to the needs of all Filipinos, to ensure that no one gets left behind, that progress and development is all-encompassing, constant, and enduring. Our work in the Office of the President remains threefold. One, define new standards to measure tunay na malasakit at pagbabago. Two, ensure we realize the correct outcomes under the President's reform agenda. And three, accelerate implementation so that it is felt by the vast majority across regions, especially in places where reforms are needed most. Our President has never been after attention to himself, nor after citations or accolades for doing his work. In fact, he shuns such and sees them as distractions, unnecessary vanity that detracts from the true essence of being a servant of the people. His only wish is to leave a legacy of a better now and a better future, to bequeath to the people a life that is fruitful and meaningful to them and the generations of their families to come. Matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay para sa Pilipino. Ito po ang pamana ni Pangulong Duterte. Patuloy po tayong magtulungan, patuloy po tayong magtrabaho, at patuloy po nating suportahan ang ating mahal na Pangulo at sama-sama po nating makamtan ang matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay para sa bawat Pilipino. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Secretary Nograles, maraming salamat. That wraps up our program for the day and the launch of the Duterte Legacy. Thank you very much for coming. Have a great weekend. We'd like to call Secretary Andanar and the other secretaries, plus their beneficiaries, to please come on stage for a photo opportunity. Again, photo opportunity, the secretaries and their beneficiaries, including Secretary Martin Andanar. On stage, please. Thank you.
Pag-asa ng bansa ngayon'y pinukaw mo. Mga mali ay iyong winasto. Unti-unti, bansa'y nagbabago. Nang ika'y maging Pangulo, kaming lahat nanalo. Puso ng Pilipino'y sa'yo, muling binuhay mo. Pagka-Pilipino, sa paglipas ng taon, hindi na tulad ng noon. Ang Pilipinas na ngayon, may pagkakataon. Kung may pagsubok man ngayon, kasama mo kami dito. Di ka namin iiwan dahil di mo kami pababayaan. Ang pag-ahon ng bansa ngayon'y dahil sa'yo, kinikilala kami sa mundo, buong mundo, sa katapangan mo. Dumating ang iyong pagsubok, loob mo ay nasubok kami, muling tumutok sa'yo, at di mo kami binigo. Sa malasakit mo, sa paglipas ng taon, hindi na tulad ng noon. Ang Pilipinas na ngayon, may pagkakataon. Kung may pagsubok man ngayon, kasama mo kami dito. Di ka namin iiwan dahil di mo kami mababayaan. Ang pag-asa ng bansa ngayon'y